Okay, we're here. Welcome to the TubCast, everyone. How's it going, Lilith?
Hello, Dev. It is going okay. Today, I guess we're covering another dark topic, aren't we?
Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. We'll cover it in a minute.
It's
Okay, there's someone in the chat. I just want to point out. Someone says, "I think we are finally getting a transitioning reveal from Dev." There's like a group of people, I think mainly concentrated on like Kiwi farms, that thinks that because I'm friends with trans people, I'm going to transition myself. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. That is not how it works.
proving once again the the horseshoe theory is real. Cause if I know anything, Vouch's fans also do that to him. But
Really?
except it's his fans, but and not his haters. But it turns out it's the haters with you.
His fans tell him he's going to transition?
Yeah, his fans often like make the same jokes about how he's gonna be trans and stuff.
Well, I don't think
And
those people are
he's
joking
saying,
about
"Oh
me.
no, no, I don't know that I would, I I don't think you're trans from all these years of talking with you."
No, I definitely do not think I'm trans either. Wait, that and you've been obsessed with their image since like 2016. What do you mean, Titanium? Lilith's hatching the egg. Lilith, it's time for you to reveal yourself. Time for you to come out of the closet, Lilith. Okay? How much
Okay,
how much Vosh do you watch since you know all of these Vosh community memes?
and you don't need to know him that much. It's just he makes jokes about it, and it, like I do follow him on Twitter, and I follow lots of various different people. Like
Dun dun
follow like
dun.
yeah, that's not a secret. I
Yeah,
follow Ian's Miles Chung, and I follow like the quartering and a bunch of other people. And oh, they don't; those two don't seem to get along these days.
no, no. A lot of people have just split. Like, okay, did you see Lauren Southern's tell all about the dissident right from back in the day and her big reveal of everyone?
No, or are what? Actually, I might have an idea about what it was. Was it like she's saying like everybody was just faking it or something?
Yeah, pretty much. She had some receipts on Milo. She had some receipts on Paul Joseph Watson. She had receipts on a bunch of people. The one person she didn't have receipts on that I thought she would was Stefan Molyneux, but apparently he's actually on the level.
Uh, I can believe that. I can believe that Stefan Molyneux believes what he's talking about.
Hmm. But a lot of people
Well,
they just
he
seem to
too
be
has
in it.
gone a bit off, like more into.
Well,
He used to be just like a libertarian type person, but then mm,
yeah. I mean, libertarians they either become socialists eventually because the socialist rhetoric offers them more freedom than the libertarian rhetoric does, or they understand that in order to achieve a libertarian ideal of freedom, you need a high trust society, and that's when you go down the authoritarian rabbit hole. So it
I
feels
don't. I don't think those are the only options.
it,
Oh,
it
I'm
it
pretty sure there's lots of libertarians who stick to the principle of like liberty.
I mean, maybe, but well, here's the thing: if you stick to the principle of liberty, I mean, eventually one of those two options will offer you more liberty. I think it almost seems like libertarianism itself is like a, it's almost like it's a transitory ideology where if you truly believe in what it offers you, you will have to eventually move on because some other idea offers more of the thing that you believe in. If that makes sense. Either that or you
I'd
just
say
don't.
I agree with that, but hey,
Well, wait, Lilith, you're turning into a communist. It's happening to you.
I'm not turning into a communist. I contest that. I am still very much against like forced distribution of quote unquote private property.
Listen, I want forced distribution of
And for that,
GFs.
and for that, and for that, I'll never get accepted as a socialist. It's because I'm not.
Forced distribution of women. Yes.
Redistribute the means of reproduction.
Yes. Give give all of us GFs. Okay. So socialism offering liberty. Give me a break. Okay, so I don't like
Yeah,
academic
I
agents.
don't think like
Um,
socialism offers.
well, they'll say it is. You know that
Well, some people will say it
we're
is.
expanding democracy to the workplace. You get to own the means of production. How's that not more liberty? You know, you can own more stuff. So here's the thing: if you
Yeah, but they leave out the part where in order to do that, they have to outlaw.
oh, of course, yeah, of course they do.
Yeah,
But
outlaw private ownership, but that's the whole point.
so I don't like.
It's never just like you can be a part of a co-op, form your own co-op and compete against private businesses. It has to be forced. Like, oh, everybody
Well,
gets workplace democracy. Well, what if people don't want to?
here's the thing: competition means that there's losers, and if you lose the competition, then you're less free. And they're technically right about that. So there's okay, hold on.
Competition's good. That's what
Oh, it's
socialists
good.
don't seem to understand.
Competition is good, but also there is a modicum of anti-freedom in competition because the loser has less freedom, the winner has more freedom. So they're technically correct on that, but that's why I don't value only freedom. It's not the only virtue to pursue. Um, there's something else here though. I don't like the politics that academic agent has taken up ever since he lost his job. I don't blame him because he got canceled by the left and he was a university professor. He lost his fucking job. Like they destroyed this man. So I don't blame him that he's radicalized. But he has he's made a pretty intelligent video on why, just in terms of rhetoric, libertarianism always loses to socialism, and it's actually worth a watch. I would recommend you guys watch it. Um, he presents the argument far better than I can.
Yeah, look it to me. I'll check it out.
Sure. Um, but yeah, he's
But
gone like
yes,
purely into the neo reactionary politics now.
are we gonna talk about like nebulous political theory just entire for
Yes,
hours on end
yes,
again?
yes. That's what, I do that every stream now, every video. It's all
Every
political
single
theory.
stream is just all political theory all the time.
Read theory, Lilith.
Never.
Actually, didn't I send you some theory at some point? I think I sent you like, was it Hayek? I think I sent you Hayek because he's like a
Oh
libertarian
yeah.
guy. Yeah. Um, for $5, Makoto is the best protagonist. Thank you. Dev, fair enough is my favorite phrase, Deverson. I do say fair enough a lot, don't I? That seems to be my thing. I think it's a Canadian thing, actually. mm. Yeah, I'll see if I can get the video. Right, because people in the chat are asking for it too. But yes, after this we will move on to today's topic of discussion. So,
Oh, we're not waiting 2 hours this time.
don't you have to be somewhere at 4 o'clock?
Yes. That's sometime later.
Yeah. Let's see if I can. There's something that you have to. Yeah. I'm gonna
I
go
don't
on
have
this
to leave
channel.
right away. It's not till like 4 hours, 2 or 3 hours. So I got time. We got time here, fellas.
Here we go. He made a 3-part series called "Issues with Libertarian Arguments Against Socialism." And I'd recommend like a lot. Like, here's the thing: I have a lot to critique about the neo-reactionaries. For example, they like to lean on Carl Schmitt, and I have a critique of Carl Schmitt's friend-enemy distinction that's in the pipeline. That'll be coming out. But in terms of this, it seems to be a pretty good critique of libertarianism and why it generally
I
fails to
see.
socialism. So here, I'll put there's a playlist in the chat. I'll give you the playlist as well, Lilith. You can watch it later. Issues of libertarianism. There it is. $10 from Tommy. Thank you. It's wild that people don't see that our government is not purely one thing. It's more of a Frankenstein mashup of different systems that manages to work. Yeah, isn't that the
And
point?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you there.
Yeah.
People often complain that America is just, oh, this is a capitalist system and we have to take down capitalism because things are bad right now, and that's capitalism's to blame. It's really a wild amalgamation of like a constitutional republic and democracy and
Yep. Well, I think it's supposed to be that way, though.
market capitalism and also regulatory. We also have like social safety nets here. It's a weird amalgamation that just there's only one America, really. Just like how there's only one many different countries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think America was first founded as a collection of countries, not one single country. It was more like the EU when it was first founded.
It was like a collection of like colonies that functioned sort of like a country, but then they became like intertwined more like the join or die thing
Yeah.
for when they were fighting the Brits.
What I recall reading when I was reading American history is that before the Civil War, the citizens of each state identified as citizens of that state. So you were a New Yorker, or whatever the case may be. You were a Virginian. But after the Civil War, people started identifying as American. And that's kind of the shift when it became a federalized single country rather than, say,
A collection of colonies.
yeah, a union. Yeah. And I think right now the EU is going through the same process where the EU wants to federalize and then make, each of the countries within it part of a larger country, which will just be Europe.
Hmm. I wonder if they're doing that. Oh,
They're getting pretty
although if
close.
like
Wowee, Civil War? Like the Captain America movie? Oh god.
soy face poggers, soy face pointing.
Shaker Silver for $2. Gonna escape to freedom in Florida like Viva Fry? Yeah, Viva Fry, isn't he leaving Canada to go to Florida? I wouldn't see. I don't mind the idea of moving to the States. I just don't have the money to do it.
Hmm. Well, if as a Canadian moving to Florida, that's gotta be a big shift though. Like, isn't it dry and cold up there? That's
Yeah,
like the complete opposite.
maybe I'll just move to
Like
Milwaukee.
it's wet
I'll just go
and
live in
hot.
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, no, just like I need to get to a place where I can actually like found the business and have an office. I mean, like I'm working out of my house right now, and that's fine. But the next step for me is to actually for my business is to have an office. Um, but the issue is, well, there's like there's 10,000 different issues with doing this sort of thing in Canada compared to doing it in the States, for example. And if I do choose a place and settle there, I'll be there for a while, right? So let's say I go to Vancouver or I go to Ottawa or I go to somewhere in the States. Once I pick a location, I'm not gonna have the money to just pick up and leave after 6 months. I have to like make sure I choose it correctly. So I gotta really figure out exactly what I'm doing next. Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Hmm.
Because honestly, the cheapest thing to do is to do it in Canada because there's no fees or it's also simpler. I don't have to move to the United States. But man, the taxes here fucking suck, dude.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, but at least you got healthcare there, somewhat
Yep, that's
for the
actually
most part.
that is actually a big reason why I don't want to move is because we have healthcare here.
Yeah, and America, you might have to like, even if you go on like Obamacare, you're probably gonna have to wait like a year or of residency or something.
Yeah, yeah. $8 Australian from Tricky Mario. Thank you. I love the list of evil words and concepts that scroll in the background of most of your videos. I've noticed that whenever a bread tuber critiques that
Oh,
list,
they get confused about that.
yeah,
They get super like.
oh wait,
I mean, like, what is going on there?
wait,
Are
Lilith,
those words you can't say? Hmm?
Lilith, how do you know? Are you watching bread tubers enough? Are you? Is this part of the commie radicalization?
I watch many different people.
Oh, I see. I'm just teasing you.
I know.
um, but yeah, I don't exactly know where I want to move because I have friends
But
in Ottawa.
I do watch like RedTubers react to you because like you're my co-host, so
Mm,
it's like so I'm just like, but no, I just hope they're not saying untoward shit.
they're always saying untoward shit.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like, yes. So just in terms of the moving conversation, I wouldn't mind going to Vancouver. I wouldn't mind going to Ottawa. I wouldn't mind going somewhere in the States. Probably not somewhere too hot because I don't like the hot. I still like I still like it being cold, but I also want to be able to grow crops better. Just that I don't know where to go. I don't want to be here, but I don't know where to go. I'm still I'm still mulling it over in the head. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. Of course, if I did move to the United States, then you and Frida could always join us, and we could be in the tub for real.
Yes, in a platonic, non-sexual way. Oh,
Yes, for all of you who are shipping us, no.
yeah.
In fact, didn't you meet your girlfriend because she was a fan of me?
She was a fan of you, and then she introduced herself to you, and
Yeah,
and we started talking and stuff.
I remember she was very nervous about approaching you.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not that scary, am I?
It was because you were like the famous e-girl.
I guess. I guess to some people I really am that. To me, I'm just a silly, like, person who likes to. I'm just a silly little gal, you know?
Mm.
So I play video games, and I do, like, podcasts. I do some shit posts from
Mm.
time to time.
Let's see, everyone's saying go to Mexico, go to Kelowna, BC, go to Florida, go to Texas, go to the
Do I
Carolinas.
watch writers criticizing Dev? I don't know. I don't think you've. I would if I knew about it. Like, I don't
Well,
think you mentioned writers
for
complaining about you
example,
that too much.
um,
Has any like right-wing person made like a takedown video of you?
I
Dev
hypocrite.
as a cook,
Yeah, see,
or
I hypocrite did one, but it was all just personal attacks, and I was like, all right.
oh yes, I remember that, and I reacted to that when on not on not on live stream but on Discord with you.
Yeah, and I was like, this is kind of bullshit, isn't it?
Whereas like, yeah, he was just like mad at you for some stupid reason. I don't even remember. Like and he was like making fun of you for playing video games or something.
Mm-hmm. That
It
guy's
was
kind of gone crazy.
yeah, video games degeneracy or whatever. He brought me up, and I didn't even do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just briefly though.
$5 from Gornoy's Bulldozer. Any opinions on Varg Vikernes? I don't know who that is. Also, I recommend Wisconsin, but not Milwaukee because it's high in crime. Yeah, but the Red Letter Media guys are in
Oh,
Milwaukee.
the Var guy. Var guy. I know a little bit about him. He's like a heavy metal guy who murdered who like got convicted for murder or something. And he's out now. He's like just on Twitter.
I should move to Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Sorry, this is all news to me. $5 from
But
Jonathan. Move
he's
to
a character.
Oklahoma.
I'm sure people in the chat could tell more about it if people know who he is.
Come to Oklahoma. Most houses are between 120K to 200K for three plus bedrooms. Isn't
Oh yes,
Oklahoma the
he
middle
also
of nowhere though?
apparently burned down a church.
Hold on. Would you want to move to Oklahoma, Lilith?
For what?
Well, apparently it's really cheap to own a house out there.
Um, I don't know. With all the laws changing and stuff, I'd rather stay in a place where I'm guaranteed to have rights for the foreseeable future rather than having to leave in like a couple years or so.
You have the right to walk down the sidewalk and get about 50 heroin needles stuck in your shoe. You see, I don't exactly know where. I'm still thinking about it, guys. Thanks for all the suggestions, but I don't know where I'll go because there's pros and cons to every place. It's going to depend on how well the channel grows. Because we are making some decent money now, at least more. We're making enough to survive and expand, but we're not making enough to like, buy a warehouse or rent an office space yet. So we're still working on it. We're still working on it. But yeah, I don't know where I'll go. I have at this point like a lot of my real life friends are either in Ottawa or Vancouver because we're all Canadians, and I have a lot of internet friends all over the place. So I really could go anywhere. I just and also like a lot of people that I want to hire more American friends than Canadian friends at this point if I expand. So like for example, bringing everyone over the border to Canada would kind of be it'd be kind of rough, you know, because that's like an extra step, that's like an extra legal hurdle to move people here. Black Legion,
To
five
move to like
dollars.
a northern state.
No, no, no. Like for example, if this channel blew up and I like I hired you as a full time position, and you had to move to Canada, it would be like an extra legal hurdle to like get up here. You
It,
know,
it would be, and I
yeah.
have to reset everything with.
You have to
It
get rid
would
of your
be like a
guns.
huge
No
bother.
guns. You have to sell them.
Yeah, I have to cut myself out on the guns and be stuck with like, what is it? Fucking gay pistols for the rest of my life or some shit. Whatever
Actually,
you
uh,
have left up in Canada.
I don't think they let you have tasers or pepper spray. I think you just have to.
Oh,
You have
right.
to have a cell phone that can call 911. There's your weapon. But yeah, like basically in terms of moving people here that I want to hire for the business, should I be able to expand, there's more Americans than Canadians, so it might be kind of rough. Um,
Come to the winning side.
Black Legion for $5.
Or wait, we'll just wait till like we're similar to the Fallout universe where America annexes Canada,
Yeah.
like where you'll be liberated. A lot probably wouldn't see it that way.
Mhm. Okay, so super chats.
I'm
Black Legion
joking.
$5. North Carolina's pretty good. Got lots of good food. Also, hi Lilith. We don't always agree, but you're cool.
Oh, why, thank you. You know what? I wouldn't mind going to North Carolina just for try out the food at some point.
Um,
But
Vard was part of
next,
Mayhem and Burzum, one man project. Also, Euronymous, the guy he killed, was a terrible person to say the least. I don't know what any of this shit is. I'm sorry.
you weren't listening when I described the brief Varg Verkins lore.
No, I was listening. I just never heard of it before. Now this is all new to me. You know.
Oh yeah, he's like some. Apparently, he was like tied to the far right or something.
Mm,
Possibly, maybe, I don't know.
mm.
I like I said, I don't know enough about this guy, but I don't know what he's like today. With what rights would you not have? Your rights is guaranteed as a Bill of Rights. Well, for example, Florida is trying to take away medical coverage for trans care and
For
everything
adults, right? Yeah.
for adults. Yeah.
I looked into that, and they're trying to take it away from what is it? Is it Medicare? And Medicare covers like pregnant people and blind people and old people. So like most people who are getting on hormones are not going to be part of those categories. So it's like a minority,
I don't know. Medicare
but
also
still though,
extends. Medicare also extends. I
to
think by this points
to poor
also
people.
like extends to poor people and also like Obamacare, I believe.
Hmm.
So a lot of people would be deprived of it.
Yeah. So like you can have a good faith back and forth on what age, if at all, should children go on hormones. But I think it's pretty much settled that adults can do whatever they want, and if you don't agree with adults transitioning, that's fine. But you have no right to stop other adults from transitioning because, well, it's not your body and it's not your life. So yeah, if we're accepting the idea that transitioning is healthcare, then surely it should be covered by some kind of healthcare apparatus if there is one.
Yeah, there's already arguments made that it's unconstitutional to ban that because like you're singling out a group to take away the healthcare of.
Yeah. Now,
So
if they're just getting rid of all healthcare, that's a different conversation, right? But still, if you are going to offer certain kinds of healthcare and cover certain kinds of drugs, you can make an argument that trans people who transition for the sake of alleviating gender dysphoria, that is in fact medical care. Of course,
yeah,
all those people who are the self ID nicks who don't accept that, they've already kind of shot themselves in the foot on this argument. But I'm not one of those. So,
yeah. Anyways, today's
um,
topic.
oh,
How long has it been?
Oh God, we've been going for
Oh,
25
no,
minutes.
sorry. Yes.
25 minutes of dicking around. Yeah, see,
Yes.
I think a lot of people, just based on the chat, I think a lot of people they just don't like the idea of taxes paying for
Texas should pay for
healthcare.
trans meds because it's literally medication, not because of reasons, jerk ass.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Um, taxes. Like, you can make the argument that taxes shouldn't pay for any meds, trans or otherwise, because you're just against the idea of universal healthcare. That's a different conversation, though. If you're okay with taxes paying for like some meds, like some necessary medication, then you have to include, to be consistent, you have to include transitioning medication in that logic.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they could say like, "Oh, I don't want transitioning to be a part of the medical thing," but that's not your right. That's not your choice to make. Like,
Yep.
it is part of the medical process, and to single it out and ban it, then, you know, you're you're violating rights. So who cares? Stop using my money for your medication. Too bad.
See, Lilith's become a socialist. She will take all of your money and spend it for herself. She
Yes, I'll take all
she
your
will
money and I'll
she
use it for to inject all the estrogen in the world into me.
she will expropriate from the bourgeois.
But yes,
Like we're just fucking around at this point.
my taxes.
Mm,
Yeah, what did you complain about your taxes being spent on like killing like Middle Eastern children and shit? It's
oh,
only like it's only like, oh, how dare trans people get the medical help they need?
so hold on. It's cosmetic. It's not healthcare. At a stretch, it's mental health care. So I will actually accept the mental health care because you can make. Well, here's the thing. Regarding
Yeah,
cosmetics, regarding cosmetics, it's I don't know how it is in the States, but I know here, like a woman who loses a breast to breast cancer has reconstructive surgery covered by our healthcare, because even though it's cosmetic, it's still like unavoidable. It's not like
it would cause mental distress,
yeah,
and
yeah. She's not doing
that's
it for fun.
yeah.
It's not like I want bigger titties and like if you want a boob job here in Canada, you pay for you pay for it yourself, you know. Um,
Yeah.
but like if we're if there are certain if there are certain things that are technically body modifications that are primarily cosmetic, and yet if you don't have them, you have mental health problems, then yeah, it seems like that's a treatment for mental health problems.
Oh yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, see, lots of libertarians in the chat are like they don't want their taxes being paid to bomb Middle Eastern children either. So at least you guys agree on that. Yeah.
oh well. I think money should go into healthcare though. So, um,
That's not libertarian, Lilith. You
there
don't
are
have
libertarian arguments for healthcare too.
taxation is theft. I like just like the fucking silence, the like the steely look of just like
What?
okay, hold on. Here, we should actually talk about the real. Here, I'll do this final super chat and then we'll talk about what's going on. Okay. Okay. So, callback $5. If you have a medical need, it's covered. It's not covered if transitioning is merely for cosmetic reasons, and I would agree with that. That's my stance as well. That's how it should be.
That's the way it is.
Um,
It's like transitioning is the prescribed medical care.
mhm. Black Legion $5. I'd rather my taxes go to Lilith than go to bombing kids. I think a lot of
Well,
rightists
thank
are
you.
just riled up because of the school thing. They're not thinking clear. Yeah, there's okay. Cool guy Aspie, $2. Lilith, why not ask for trans healthcare on the state level? I mean, fair enough. It's actually a decent ask, I think.
No, I think everybody should have. I don't know. I think it should be federal.
Lilith advocates for expansion of federal powers, suppression of state governments and individuals.
Well, I
Lilith
mean,
throws the
I guess I should be more
Constitution.
specific. Guess I should be more specific. I don't think states should have the right to discriminate trans people based on their health care.
Mhm. If you're like if a state chooses to offer no healthcare whatsoever, then fine. But
Then
if you're
then fine.
yeah
But if they're already offering health care, they say, oh, we're gonna exclude trans people because oh, we don't like them.
yeah
Then fuck off.
yep I agree. Outraged Deer, $2. Should your tax dollars go to my liposuction? No, but your tax dollars should go to my liposuction. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's see what I got here. Let me
To answer that seriously, if it causes you serious health problems or serious psychological distress, then an argument could be made.
I
Maybe,
don't.
yeah.
In this case, I'm not sure because, like, if you got yourself fat, even if it causes you serious problems, at what point is it your
Well,
responsibility and not the state's?
I think for most fat people, it's their responsibility. But at some point, there's also fat people who don't have a choice in that, like such as like health problems, thyroid problems, causing them to be fat,
I think that's exceptionally
and
rare.
or people who get who yeah who or people who for whatever reason, either mental distress or mental disorders or just I don't know, giving up for a while, and they get to the point where they cannot physically move. I think there's an argument to be made for that.
Um, I mean, there's okay. So
Boo, boo, boo. Yes, keep it coming. I don't care.
okay, hold on. So here's something that I've actually learned after looking into healthcare is that when healthcare is just blanket free, people, even people operating in good faith, tend to overconsume it. Meanwhile, people who are operating in bad faith, they completely destroy systems with their overconsumption. However, if you like add even just like a very small copay, like a $10 or a $15 copay, that statistically drastically reduces overconsumption. So you
Hmm.
so even like even a small barrier to entry vastly increases efficiency in a in a universal healthcare system. So maybe that's the way to go. Maybe you can have like 95% of the cost covered by the state and 5% covered by you, just to ensure that you have to put something on the line. Because otherwise it's a moral hazard, right? You know, you're consuming from a system, but you have no actual obligation to ensure that system's that system's what's the word? Solvency? I think it's solvency. Yeah. Mm.
Mm.
That's probably gonna have to be a video at some point, though. Is just like you know the reasons why universal healthcare has problems and how you can fix them. Maybe that's a yeah.
Ah, yes.
We're just going down every single fucking
Come
rabbit
on,
hole.
Dev. Every every single time we get like distracted.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So today's conversation, I want to we're going to talk a bit before I pull the screen up and show you guys what's going on here. Okay. So Lilith, I know that Frida watches a lot of my stuff. I don't know how much of it that you watch, but I do know that recently. Can I? Where's my? Okay. I do know that recently, what's been going on is I've been, when it is appropriate, critiquing the right for some of the things that they do. And usually, whenever I do this, there's a bunch of commenters who are all shitting and pissing themselves because I thought you were base. I thought you were one of the cool ones. What are you doing critiquing the right? And it's like, well, I critique what needs to be critiqued. I don't.
Hmm.
I don't pick sides in that way. So, for example, my video recently called "The Beautiful Ones" is a critique of these bourgeois champagne socialist leftists who are basically living like the very capitalists they claim to hate while still espousing their very far left politics. Um, at the same time, I did that video called "Why Does the Left Hate Farmers," where I go into a whole bunch of things happening regarding various. There was Sri Lanka, there was the stuff happening in the Netherlands. I went over the obvious example were the kulaks, but then I also went over one
Yeah.
example where it was the right going after farmers, and that was in India. And so people basically there is a blindness among a segment of my audience, obviously not all of you, and probably not most of you, but there is a blindness among a segment of my audience that they found me critiquing the left because, in my opinion, the left has more to critique right now than the right overall in terms of like the entirety of politics. But they found me critiquing the left, and they're like, they suddenly take it as like a personal attack that I would critique the right when the right deserves to be critiqued. And so I'm just here to tell you, you need to suck it up because I'm going to keep doing it. It's as simple as that. Wait, TubCast Dev is painful. How am I? I'm the same as SFO Dev, and I'm not any different here, dude.
You're not any different as far as I can tell. Like, do you like have to temper your tone because of me, Dev?
Well, no. Like there have been times like you and I have had some very strong disagreements. You know, we had some very strong, like on trans women in sports, on the whole self ID thing. Like you and I had some pretty good debates, and I never, even though we disagreed, and even though in some cases I had to be like, no, Lilith, you're wrong about this, and here's why, and like really lay it out. You know, I don't think it ever.
I'm like, hey, Dev, I disagree with you, and this is why.
I don't think it ever actually hurt our friendship.
Yeah, no, obviously. Like, we're fine to disagree, and I don't ever think you censor yourself just because we're around.
No, I don't. Is that it? The TubCast is over? No, the TubCast isn't over, but thank you for the donation.
But yes, we're gonna, since on that though.
Yes, we're going to talk. So, okay, how do you want to fight?
Well, it's a rough topic. Okay.
Well, it's actually here.
Roe v. Wade was overturned, right?
Well, yeah. Let's do the meta topic first, okay? So the right has won a few significant cultural victories. One of them was overturning Roe v. Wade, which they've been planning to do for like the past 50 years. Which is why I'm just like, why the fuck didn't the Democrats codify abortion into law when they had they had 50 years of chances and they never did it? Like, okay, you guys are looking incompetent. Okay.
They had all that time, but I guess for a lot of Democrats, it's Roe v. Wade is that carrot on a stick. Oh, that carrot's gone.
Yeah. So
good job, guys.
Roe v. Wade is gone, and also at the same time, the right has basically won. The right has basically won the vaccine argument, but the right actually has more ground to stand on in that conversation. So we're not going to talk about that. But the right has also won the groomer argument. Now I have gone into detail on my channel with that semi-recent video at this point. I think it was about a month old, called wait, where is it? Did it vanish? No, it didn't. Okay. I did a video called OK Groomer, and that video was 35 minutes detailing all of the instances of actual grooming that I could find. So there's a lot of people out there right now who are saying, "Oh, you're a teacher who happens to be gay and keeps it out of the classroom. You're a groomer." It's like, "No, you're not. That's ridiculous." So, I found all the instances that seemed like it was actual bad actions by people who had power over kids. I put them all into a 35-minute video. So, the right, because of these, like these are high-profile events, right? So because of these events, basically what's happened is the right kind of won the groomer argument culturally, which is why, and that culminated in the Don't Say Gay bill passing in Florida, and then other similar bills passing in other similar areas, to the point that
there's been some backlash about that, though.
There has been, but not nearly enough to like overcome the bills, you know.
Not enough, yes. The bill still passed, and there's like a strong like cultural war push from the right now on it.
Yeah. And it has gone far enough that I am actually comfortable in complaining about it. Here, before we... Holy shit. These are some big super chats that came in. Investigator Wumquin for $50. Thank you. Why not just do what Germany does, where the federal government provides subsidy to the states to set up and run their own local healthcare system? That's probably a good idea. That's something similar to what Canada does. Um, Lilith, genuine question. Do you believe the spike in trans youth is due to social contagion? Yes or no?
Hmm. A yes or no question.
Yeah.
I don't think I can answer a yes or no question. I think there's a I think there's an argument to be made that because there's a lot more like I guess just knowledge of just trans people existing. There's also been a spike in number of people who identify as either trans or non-binary. Um, I don't know if you could call it social contagion, though. It could just be the case that people have the words to describe themselves.
Partially, yes. I think that
Partially, and for some places, I could definitely imagine maybe
yeah,
like if there's like enough like clicks in schools for it, but if there has been like we'd see more cases of it.
maybe, maybe
But
not.
it seems like I haven't seen actual news articles about like
You
people become trans because all they're because it's cool or trendy. It was maybe said to be a thing for like Tumblr youth, but I don't know how well that translates to real life and how much of a real life problem that is,
Lilith, you
as
can't
opposed
trust the
to just
mainstream
people.
media. You can't trust them. They'll never publish it. You can't. Yeah. Okay. So in my opinion, I think at this point it's probably more social contagion than not. I do think that there's definitely some people who are who actually do suffer from gender dysphoria, and they lacked the knowledge or the vocabulary to describe it, and now they've gained that vocabulary, and so they're describing it in that way. And okay, fine. But I remember I remember the peak of political lesbianism like 10 years ago. I remember how actual lesbians felt about it. And that was absolutely before we had the term. We didn't have the term social contagion back then. But looking back on it, it absolutely was a social contagion. So I do definitely think that probably more.
I wouldn't call it a social contagion, more like a political philosophy.
No, I think social contagion is correct. Um, where it becomes trendy, and this is what people do to fit in, or what people do to discover themselves, or what people do to, stand out or be unique or find out who they are. And
But are radical feminists ever really trendy?
on university campuses, they
Everyone's,
certainly are. Absolutely,
I guess they could be.
yeah. So, I mean, my university experience, like I roomed with a lesbian who, like an actual lesbian, who was surrounded by these younger girls coming into school at like 18, 19, who were, lesbians, but they weren't. They were political lesbians. And she simultaneously, managed to get them into bed pretty easily, but also found them very annoying because they were
I
much
want to
more
make it
political.
clear, I don't consider political lesbians to be actual lesbians, just as I don't consider like people who are actually trenders, as in like people without people who are just like who do this for social status, just like how I don't consider them to be actually trans, if it makes any sense.
Based and cancelable, Lilith. If
It is cancelable in a
if you're
cancelable
trans,
opinion. Borderline, cancel worthy. Or
listen,
I guess it kind of is. But hey,
listen. I want you to become a trans medicalist. We are on the Lilith trans medicalist train, and when it gets back to
no,
Twitter,
no, no.
everyone's going after you.
I'm, I wouldn't call myself that because it's such a lame term.
I'm gonna reclaim it. I'm gonna take it back. We're gonna reclaim it like we reclaimed faggot. We're gonna be trans
And
medicalists.
I don't think like being like medically trans is the only possible way for somebody to be trans.
I
I
do
think it's
absolutely.
the way I think it's a way for with the most justifications for medical coverage and medical care.
It
But
Listen. If you're not medically trans, I'm not paying a single tax dollar towards your transition.
and I can understand that perspective.
Okay, hold on. $2, no, $20 from BD. Thank you. Hey Dev, I think the right is more sensitive on your channel because they have to live in very left-centered cultures. So when some creators they criticize, so when some creators they like criticize them, they feel alienated all over again. I understand, but you're going to have to not be snowflakes about it because I'm not interested in any kind of tribalism. I will talk about what I think is wrong when I think it's wrong, regardless of where it comes from.
Well, what I mean by that is like people who are just like faking being trans for because it benefits them in some ways.
Right. Yes.
I don't think that's like the same as somebody like me who suffers from like gender dysphoria and like would literally not be able to survive without some sort of like care.
Here's the
and
thing,
stuff.
though. In terms of everyone who calls themselves trans online right now, I think you have become the minority, and I think the majority of people.
Have I really been?
I genuinely like. I wouldn't have said this 5 years ago. I might not even have said it 2 years ago. But I think right now online, you are the minority, and most people who call themselves trans on Twitter are faking it, in my opinion. They're looking for something that makes them feel special. They're looking for something that gives them attention. They're lost. They have meaningless lives. They're trying to figure something out, and they're doing what most young people do. But most young people grow out of it.
I have to disagree with that strongly. I still feel like those people are a minority, and it might be trendy and cool to just say, "Oh, you can be whatever," but I think a lot of people who actually transition, they're still medically trans.
Okay. If you haven't transitioned yet, I reserve the right to immediately reject you. Because you got to do something, but, man. You got to start something.
You said yourself in a previous episode that repressors are. Why are we talking about trans stuff again?
Because of the super chats. The super chats.
The super chats. Every freaking time. It's just this culture is obsessed with trannies. It's just tranny this, tranny that. I don't care. I'm a tranny. Like holy shit.
They all want to fuck you secretly.
I wish I could just be myself and be like, oh, what about these people? What about those people? I don't care. I want to be myself. I want to live my life. And also, yes, it is my real voice. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should do like
Yeah, this is your real voice. I know that for sure. Yeah.
A disclaimer in the beginning of every video.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm transgender and I'm from Taiwan, so I might have some accents that are Eastern.
Lilith.
So
Lilith. The entire chat just wants in the bussy, okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. Well, man, that reminds me of like where Taftaj was like debating somebody who's like very publicly anti-trans, and this person was also like sliding into her DMs and like really flirting hard. It's like, okay, dude, I get it.
I've had that. Like people argue with me, and then I show them my picture, and it's just like, you're actually kind of hot. I'm sorry. It actually happened more than one occasion.
Yeah. Like I joke a lot on social media and on streams and stuff about being promiscuous, but the honest truth is like I'm happy with Naomi. We have like a very nice relationship. I don't know if we'd ever do like any like I don't think we'd ever do any kind of like weird sexual stuff like outside of our relationship. You know what I mean? Because we're very happy together. It'd probably have to be
talk about space.
Yeah.
Oh, we should talk about space. Oh, look at all those cool pictures that they took.
Space?
Like space, yeah.
That was the quickest. Okay.
No.
That was the quickest topic change. Okay, hold on. Silver Camaro 78 $2. Dev is unironically obese. Yes. An American grizzly bear, $10. My friend is just like you guys, but he's my friend, and we want the same thing in different ways. He's lefty, I'm righty. We coexist and disagree. I'm gonna get some McDonald's. You guys want anything? No, I can't be any fatter than I already am. Thank you for the $10. Where's the next super chat? Hold on.
What? More super chat stuff?
There's so many. There's
so much, but come on, the Dev.
Silver Camaro, 78, $5.
Every time we gotta wait an hour. We're already close to 50 minutes.
Super chats, they paid.
I've been spending this entire video trying to pull us into the topic.
Okay, Hold on. We'll finish these ones and then we'll go. Okay. Okay. Silver Camaro
All
78,
right.
$5. Dev, it looks like South America is going to have virtually all commie governments. Might be an interesting video idea to explain why they vote for this. Okay. Honestly, I'll probably talk to Kraut about it before I do anything like that because Kraut is very knowledgeable in this sort of thing, and I am not. Um, let's see. Cool Guy asked me $2. Do y'all believe in objective or subjective truth? Well, for me, it depends what we're talking about, right? Like, obviously, there's objective truth when we're talking about, say, reality.
Yeah,
You know,
water's wet.
nature. Yeah, like there are stars out there. There's matter. I don't think it's all just constructed by our senses. But subjective truth, like that could be a thing for like morality or like things that humans construct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for morality, I don't think there's one objective truth. I mean, there's certain things that are universal, like murder is bad, rape is bad. I mean, although that's not as universal as one would hope
Mm.
in some areas.
Uh,
Like,
the,
like for example, like in Britain, it's impossible for a woman to rape a man
oh
for
Jesus.
unless she's like an accomplice or some shit.
Mm. Black Legion, $5. On a non-trans note, Lilith, you're very lovely. How's your channel coming along?
Oh, I thank you. The channel's been put on the back burner a little bit because of just how busy I've been. But I gotta get back to it, really.
Mm. Gornoy's Bulldozer, $2. You should check out What If Altist. I watched some of What If Altist, and he's an interesting fella who seems very well read and highly autistic. But I'm sure he's a nice guy. Have you seen his videos?
Um, was he the one that did the breakdown on SJWs or something?
Uh,
Or was it
hold on.
somebody else?
Yes, Lilith, you Voshite. He's the one that Vosh debated about that.
I know about that because you reacted to it, didn't you?
No, Vosh did.
I'm pretty sure you talked about it. No, I know you talked about that one. I know
Lilith
for
was
certain
caught in
you brought that
4K.
up.
4K. I actually didn't talk about that one for real.
No, I'm sure you're misremembering it because you definitely linked it to me on Discord at some point. Maybe not on the stream, but you definitely linked it to me at some
I
point.
might have. I don't remember, but I didn't do anything on my channel about it. No.
No.
Your Ray, $5. Have you seen Derek at moreplatesmoredates.com? He does VODs and transports. He does Connect too, but he discusses the pharmacology behind it on YouTube. No, I haven't seen that. I don't mind looking at it, but I feel like the trans sports conversation's kind of done. Like the science is kind of settled on that one, in my opinion. Um, uh, Some nerd, $5. As one of the rightoids in your audience, I very much appreciate your viewpoints. It keeps me grounded with good arguments that I can't find on lefty media. Well, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it.
That's nice.
Investigator Wimkun, $2. Kraut is anti-Dutch farmer because of climate change. Maybe so. I can disagree with many people, dude, but I'm still their friends, you know? Kraut is very much like a pro-EU kind of guy. Kraut is very neolib, but I don't mind that. That's okay. Wait, Vosh, Dev, all fats look alike? Gee, fuck you.
Jeez.
Yeah, also, like, just to speak very quickly on that, like, I'm going to have to, before I do any kind of anything
Jim.
outside of my relationship sexually, I need to lose, like, 200 fucking pounds. I'm a fat shit right now. So.
Yes.
Mm. But, you know, the actual, like, I make lots of jokes about being, like, a weird, a weird degenerate, but I'm actually very happy with Naomi. We have like a very solid relationship at this point. I wouldn't want to jeopardize that, you know?
Very wholesome monogamous relationship.
Yeah. Aren't you also a monoga cuck at this point too?
I'm like a monogamous, but like, uh, I don't want to get too much into my bedroom, but like, if I, if me and her both like a person enough,
Yeah.
maybe there's a possibility.
Yeah.
And there's maybe possibilities for me to like, um, eh. But it's like a closed like
Yes, yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm not dating. I'm not into freaking polycule or whatever.
Lilith joined the Vosh polycule. Move up to Washington. But
I
it's the same with me
I
though.
might move up to Oregon or Washington at some point, but it wouldn't be because of anybody. It would just be because California sucks, but I also don't want to like be in the risk of losing trans healthcare
Yeah,
at
yeah.
any point in the future.
I and my
Also
relationship.
because they're close,
Mhm.
cheaper move,
Mm.
but cheaper land, you know,
My relationship's basically the same. Like we're not
or maybe some other
we're not
places.
against the idea of possibly doing something fun in the future, but we're very closed. It's a very close relationship. Mm.
Yeah, I think that's a healthy way of
Yeah.
like framing things because like rather than like the old style thing where it's like you get jealous, oh, you can't even look at another person, how dare you?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
like it's just I don't think relationships built on jealousy could last. But but also I don't think relationships that are just like too open. I mean, I think there's more difficulties there with keeping everything cohesive once you introduce more parties.
Yes. Yes, there is for sure. Investigator Wormkin, $2. Sorry for drilling the topic of the stream. Okay, we're going on topic. All right. So,
Yes.
what I wanted to talk about basically was that there are some things where I will critique the right when I believe that they need to be critiqued, even though overall I believe that the left is if we're talking about entire wings of politics, all possible politics conversations, I think the left is worse than the right now. But that doesn't mean that I will not that I will not um, that I will not critique the right when I think it's relevant. And this is going to be
The
one
timestamp
of
guy around here.
those times. It's going to be one of those times where I believe that it is relevant to talk about some of the things that the right is doing that I don't like. And we'll start with the less serious conversation and move on to the more serious conversations. Let me
Yes.
pull up all the stuff that I've got here. Where is it? Okay, okay. So, where's the button? Hold on. Where's the button?
Boomer.
Here it is.
Boomer ruled it.
Here it is. Okay, so the Don't Say Gay bill. Everyone knows what the Don't Say Gay bill at this point, right? I did a video on it where I looked over the text of the bill. Actually, I think it was a TubCast. It was an early TubCast. And I said to you that it was written ambiguously enough that it could cause problems that I didn't agree with in the future.
Yes, and my position was it's going to probably do that, or
Yes.
it's going to do that.
Yes. And it seems to be the case that we are now moving in that direction. So, the original text of the bill and the way that the right likes to market the bill is that it will prevent it prevents teachers from bringing up any kind of sexual or gender orientation topics until grade 3. To me, that seems reasonable. And 2, it also requires teachers to inform parents if the child is if basically the teacher gains knowledge that the child is sneakily doing something regarding sex or gender orientation at school without the knowledge of the parents. And I also agreed with that, primarily because there was a clause included in the bill that said that if the teacher believed that outing the parents to the child was going to harm the child, they didn't have to actually tell them. So, there's the common leftist talking point was this is going to force teachers to force kids out of the closet to their homophobic parents who will then beat them and kill them. And it's like, okay, fair enough. But there was a clause in there to prevent that. However, this bill was not designed to out students to homophobic parents. It was designed to empower teachers to inform parents that, for example, their child was going through a secret transitioning at school. Okay, and that was the purpose of that clause. So to me, these two objectives of the bill seemed reasonable. Okay. Um, how did you feel about those two objectives as stated? Not what they actually did with them as we get further into, but as stated, how did you feel about those two?
Stated, I wouldn't have a problem with them like restricting sex ed in general to a certain degree to
Mm-hmm.
like and to if they want to make it third grade, then that's fine. And but as we'll see later on, but and on just the premise alone, if that was it, like just restricting like sex ed talk to like third grade, I'd be like, okay,
Yep.
that's.
The
But as for the outing part, I still feel like the clause is good. I'm glad they included that in there, and to give them credit, I'm glad that was there. However, I don't feel like it's foolproof because like, what if the teacher, what if there's like not enough reason to suspect that the parents is homophobic, but like the kids still withheld that information for some reason. There might be a reason for there to be withholding.
mm-hmm. um,
So I don't necessarily agree with mandating that teachers have to inform their parents unless they have like a specific like enough reasons to not do that.
well, here, let me play devil's advocate for a minute, because
Hmm.
I recall in an earlier TubCast you said that it should be up to the parents and the state shouldn't interfere and prevent kids from getting gender transitions. It should be up to the parents. Well, in this case, it is up to the parents because the teacher's telling the parents, and now the parents can decide, right? If it's up to
Well,
the
no,
parents,
that the law mandates that the teachers have to tell the parents, and that's the point of contention. What if there is a reason for the kids to not tell the parents? Like,
well,
what if the kids suspect that they're homophobic, but the teacher doesn't have enough reasons to think so? I don't know.
right. Well, I mean, I'm sure.
It's a point of contention, but I am skeptical on that.
Okay.
Is
Here's the thing, though. Like, what reason would okay, here, hold on. Let me word it properly. Let's take homophobia off the table. Okay,
mhm.
let's say the parents aren't homophobic and they aren't transphobic. In that case, what reason would there be for a teacher not to tell a parent what's going on at school?
If the kid specifically requested not to,
But why though?
well, they would probably have a reason for that.
Well, sure, but like, what's the
Like they
reason?
could okay, if they are actually not homophobic, like, but
Yes.
how would the teacher know that more than the actual kid though? That's in this fantasy
Well,
scenario, if they're 100% not homophobic
yeah.
and what, then sure,
There's
why
no
not
reason.
tell them?
Yeah, exactly.
No
Right.
reason not to, but like that's not what the law is here, like though.
Well, I mean, it seems like with that clause, the law does in fact protect students from that. But the problem seems to be at this point implementation. And
Yes,
oh,
and
someone in the chat says, "What reason is there to do it?" Oh, that's obvious. Parents have the right to know what's going on with their child at school. That's I mean that just seems to be self evident. Yes, they do. Um, if the school like here, let me put it this way: if a child fails a grade, the school will tell the parents that the child failed the grade. If the child gets into a fight, the school will tell the parents that the child gets into a fight. If the child is caught doing something strange in the washrooms, the school will tell the parents. The school will tell the parents basically anything of note, anything that is not the normal course of school activities, and even sometimes just get permission for normal stuff like going on field trips or whatever. So if it turns out that the child is, coming to school and then going into the gender transition closet and putting on gender affirming clothing, for example, that is something that happens in some of these schools, it makes sense for the school to tell the parents. Unless the clause kicks in where the kid goes, listen, my parents are really my parents are really transphobic. They'll beat the shit out of me if they know. Well, then the teacher doesn't tell, right? But like, generally, it seems to be that the
if
law
that's
was
the way,
written
if it's the way that law actually functions, then I wouldn't have a problem with it.
right. Yeah.
If the kid tells the teacher, hey, I think my parents might be homophobic. Please don't tell them. And the teacher doesn't, then that should be their right. That's
Yes.
if as long as
Yeah.
that part is protected,
Hmm.
then that's fine.
Because we don't
But
want we don't
that was well, we have to see that in actual function though.
like we don't want to go back to how it was in the 90s and in the 2000s, where gay kids were basically in the closet until they went off to university and moved out because they were afraid of their parents. That was also not a good situation, and I do not want to go back to that either. Um, but so
Well,
that
I wouldn't have advocated for outing those gay kids to those parents still. I think
yeah, exactly,
outing them to
exactly.
their parents would have been bad.
Yeah. So that is what we believed the Don't Say Gay bill to do. Now, there's been some other events that have happened since then where they've basically gone beyond the text as we understood it of the Don't Say Gay bill, which is, in my opinion, a problem. So
Well,
let's.
the text did make clause like in our debate. I did mention the part where it says it doesn't just go for the grade 3; it goes beyond that.
Mhm.
Whereas like they've as deemed appropriate by school or official standards was the
Yeah,
language, I
they
believe.
they had they had some weasel words in there that basically allowed them to do this. So
Hmm.
So, for example, I know you had linked this and you had talked about this a little bit. Florida County school policy critics say that this essentially targets LGBTQ plus kids. I hate this terminology because no one's actually an LGBTQ plus person. You're just not. You can't be lesbian and gay and bi all at the same time.
Uh,
So
it's plain semantics. I think obviously you can't be with all of them at once.
yeah, but this becomes a political label at this point that I don't like. I don't like that it's being used, but
I
whatever.
I think it's just being used as like a catch-all.
Hmm. So
But I get that triggered you a little bit because
Trig. Because I know about critical theory. I know what's going on here. I know. Okay, so the Leon County School Board this week unanimously approved its LGBTQ inclusive school guide after a rancorous and at times heated debate on Tuesday. At the heart of the new policy are guidelines that critics charge will harm LGBTQ plus youth in the school system. Okay, so there's a provision that a school will notify parents by a form if a student who is open about their gender identity is in a physical education class or on an overnight trip. Some teachers and students during the Tuesday night meeting said their policy will out LGBTQ plus students, revealing their sexual orientation or gender identity without their permission. While the policy language does not explicitly say that a student's sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression should not be shared with others without their input and permission, advocacy groups and activists claim that in the real world application, of the policy's danger to outing kids remains regardless. So,
yeah, that's the point of contention I've brought up.
yes.
Like, there's the way the law is written, but then how will it actually function in the real world?
Yeah, exactly. So, here's the real question. Like, one, does a person who is not yet 18 have the right to hide their sexuality or their gender identity from their parents? Most people would say yes, because we've all done that sort of thing. Think about it.
Yeah.
Like all of you in the chat right now who are say, above 18, you must recall, sneaking in, a quick jack off session when your parents didn't know in your room, right? And you wouldn't want them to come in and discover that secret. You all probably recall getting with a girl at some point, in the back of a car or in a parking lot or like in a forest or at someone's house, at your house when your parent, whatever, right? You all remember having some secrets that you kept from your parents. This is a normal, natural part of being a young person who is growing into adolescence and who is going through adolescence and who is on the way to becoming an adult. We've all hid this stuff from our parents. All right? Of course, some of you guys are probably like, I never did that. I was a pure incel all the way through school. But you know what I mean though. Um everyone
I worship the picture catalog every day.
but still though, it is a normal thing for people who are say in high school, or even like in grade 7 or 8 or something, to hide parts of their developing sexuality from their parents. And in fact, you don't want to muscle in on that. Like you like, do you really want to be the parent who is like, listen, son, I need to know exactly when you stick your dick into your girlfriend. Like, no, you want to leave them alone. As long as they're being safe and not accidentally knocking a girl up, you don't want to know what's going on. Okay?
Yes.
This is normal behavior. Now the issue becomes though, so we can accept that, but then the counter argument is, don't parents have a right to know what their children is doing? And the answer to that is also yes. And that's what there's always been the parent child conflict. If any of you remember being a kid, the reason that you had to hide away while you had to sneak away with your girlfriend, or you had to hide, the not just sex, like the booze or the weed that you got, that you shouldn't have had, or you had to like really sneak the fact that you were playing video games late into the night. Parents, it is the parents' responsibility to set rules and to make sure that you follow them, and that is their objective, and it's a good objective, but it's also in your interest to sometimes break the rules. And that can also be good sometimes too. But just because that's good for you doesn't mean that the parents don't stop fulfilling their own obligation. Do you know what I mean? There has to be a clash here between parents and children because they have different interests. The issue comes when we have to decide who the school system sides with, because the school system, as an arm of the state, they can drastically tip the scales towards one way or the other. You know what I mean? And so if you have a school system that always hides every single secret of the children, that could be good, but also could be very bad if there's things that parents should know. And also it allows bad actors, like some of the actual groomers in that previous video that I did, to take advantage of that power imbalance. However, on the other side of it, you also that also means that you're now hiding things from parents who do have a right to know what's going on in their children's lives. So, man, there is like it's not as easy. I'm not off topic. This is actually all related, and it's not as easy of a conversation as everyone makes it out to be. You know what I mean? Sorry about my rant. Sorry about my.
No, that's okay. I feel like under most normal circumstances, like a non-homophobic parent should be able to know what's going on with their kids.
Yeah, I think if there's no risk of actual abuse from the parent towards the child, then they should be told.
For example, like sometimes, like, yeah, as long as there's no actual risk that the child's gonna get like abused, get sent to like get disowned, get sent to conversion therapy camps or whatever they do. And then yeah, they generally I do think the school should tell the parents, unless the kid specifically requested not to because they feel like they might be in danger or whatever. The school tell kids their parents about like grades and stuff. I don't know about mandating it by law though. I think as a general cause, I think like it's better that the parents are informed than for them to not be.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Old man rants about how he was a rebel in school. I was. But to be fair, I wasn't rebellious enough, to be honest. I should have been more. Looking back on it, I should have been way more of a shit disturber than I was.
Maybe. Wreck up some shit, twist some shoes inside out.
So you sent this one as well. As Florida's Don't Say Gay law takes effect, schools roll out LGBTQ restrictions. So the Don't Say Gay law goes into effect on Friday. Some other states' public school districts have begun rolling out new policies to limit LGBTQ issues and identities from being discussed in the classroom. So this is also. This is a different one. This is about the thing that we talked about just in the last article, the Leon County School. There was one that you sent about teachers, though. Did I lose it?
I believe it was. Yeah, I
Was it
sent
this
it.
one?
It was the NBC News one.
The NBC News one.
I sent you.
Okay. Is this it? Doesn't this seems like it's about the students again, not the teachers?
Was it? Student.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Might be this one here. This is one on the Rolling Stone. I think it's the Rolling Stone one. Yeah. The Orange County Public Schools. Okay, so there's also been.
I sent you some.
Oh, you sent another one? Okay.
No,
There's also
just
been.
the Rolling Stone ones. Yeah.
Okay. There was basically when it comes to, say, lesbian or gay or trans teachers, there was also a middle ground that I felt needed to be respected. We really had to thread the needle on it. So, for example, I did not want the sort of legitimate grooming that we've seen happening by lesbian, gay, or queer, or trans teachers, or other adults in positions of power over children. That has happened.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody grooming is bad.
Yes, but we have seen an increase, less than I think the right believes, but still an increase of people who are grooming for ideological reasons. Again, proof is in that previous video that I did, and that needed to stop. It still needs to stop. All right. There is no going to 5-year-olds and saying, "Oh, you're trans, aren't you? Yes, you're trans. It'd be really cool if you're trans. You should be trans," because they have a political agenda. That's ridiculous. That needs to be stopped. But at the same time, I also said that this bill should not restrict casual conversation in a non-sexual capacity about non-straight sexual orientations. And I said that if it did that, I would not support it. And that's actually beginning to happen. So, the example that I gave is if a teacher on their desk has a picture of their spouse, like a wedding picture, that's normal. Most people who have desks at their jobs have a picture of their spouse, or like a wedding picture of them getting married. And if, say, a gay teacher had a picture of him and his husband,
So, yeah,
as a picture, that should be allowed in a classroom with young children, because he's not like showing the kids how to use a dildo. He's not talking about anything crazy. It's a non-sexual display of his relationship. And if straight people can do it, then gay people can do it. And so what we've actually begun to see are that's restricting that type of behavior by teachers is actually beginning to happen. And I don't like it. I think it's too far. I think just a teacher who is gay should not be penalized for simply being gay and engaging in no grooming behavior. That's just me.
Well, should be a normal position for everybody. Is this like, otherwise you're just having an issue with somebody of being a different sexuality and existing?
Yes. In general, if a straight person can do it publicly, then a gay person should be able to do it publicly. So that means like very normal public displays of affection, acknowledgement of relationships, that holding hands, hugging, kissing to an extent, like normal relationship stuff. Gay people and straight people should both be able to do it publicly. And of course, the public sex stuff needs to fucking go, but that's the kink at Pride discussion. That's a different topic. I keep seeing public sex stuff being tied to being gay, and it's like, you guys need to shut the fuck up, because you're ruining it for everyone. All right. Someone in the chat says, none of my teachers had pictures of their family in the classroom. Several of mine did. Not all of them, but several of mine did. And in fact, when we got to high school, teachers actually had their own offices outside of the classroom, and everyone had pictures of their family in that setting, and that's completely reasonable to me.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, oh, we're gonna stop teachers from taking the pictures to classroom. Okay,
Yeah.
why? Why
Or
why 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 would we do that?
if your partner shows up to give you something that you forgot or whatever, that happened.
Yeah.
That happened at least like once a year when I was in grade school. Like a teacher's partner came in and was like, "You forgot this at home and you needed it," or "I got to get the car" or something. Like it happens all the time. Happens all the time. Maybe because I grew up in a
Yeah.
small town, so it was a smaller school. Like I don't know, but happened all the time. And if they happen to be in a gay relationship, it should be no problem, in my opinion. Should be no problem. Um, but yeah, let's see here. I think it's this article here. Florida's "Don't Say Gay" law took effect. Chaos has ensued. Let's look at it. The Orange County Public Schools meeting stated purpose was for the district attorneys to walk school administrators through changes to law as part of their annual training. But Florida's Parental Rights and Education Act, better known as the Don't Say Gay law, was due to take effect the following week. And neither the state nor the district has offered formal guidance on what the new law would actually mean for their classrooms. A problem since summer school is already in session. Okay. So
the law has taken effect, but that guideline that was like mentioned in the bill hasn't been laid out yet.
Right. Okay. Someone says
So I think
my
like
mic
the
is
problem
low.
here is
Okay,
that
let me fix that.
the schools. I think the problem here with that is the schools are left to decide, hey, how do we follow this nebulously described law, this vaguely worded law,
Right. Yeah.
without breaking the law, without getting us in trouble.
Someone just said, "Why is it impossible for gay people to just leave their personal life to themselves? Why does it seem so hard to understand?" Well, ego dreamer, it's the same with straight people though, right? Like if you see a straight couple walking down the street holding hands, they're not leaving their personal life to themselves. But that's acceptable. And so it should be acceptable for gay people to do that too. There are certain ways in which it is acceptable to display your private relationship publicly. And then there are certain ways where it's not. And that set of rules should be the same for both straight people and gay people. All right?
Yeah, we're not asking like gay
That's
people
how it should be.
to like wear assless straps around
Oh God.
2-year-olds or whatever.
Wait, Lilith.
If that should happen,
Lilith, did you see that video? I sent Frida a video yesterday.
More videos.
It was a video of toddlers watching half-naked men whipping each other at Pride LA in Hollywood.
When was this? 2020? This can't be this year.
That was this year, yeah. It was this year.
Ew. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be okay with it in any year, but...
Here, hold on. Can I pull that up? Here it is.
Get your shit together.
Wait. Here. Okay. I'll share this with you so you can see it too. Share your screen. Is it this one? Okay. Here it is, guys. Why are you doing this in public? There's kids right there.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Don't do that. Yep.
See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by both sides, right? So the left wants this, and it's fucking disgusting, right? Meanwhile, the right wants gay people to basically go back in the closet and remain in the closet for the rest of their lives, which is also not okay. Like, there's a middle ground we can have here, guys. Like, this is bad, but also
I think I want to make it clear. I wouldn't be okay with if straight people did that. That's why I'm not okay with gay people doing it.
Exactly, man. Yes.
I wouldn't be fine with like a straight couple like prancing around naked out and whipping each other in front of toddlers either. So, but I also don't want like teachers who are straight teachers who hang pictures of their spouse in a classroom to say, "Oh, you can't do that." Well, what if it might remind people of sexuality? That's going too far.
Yeah, like the issue here isn't necessarily being gay or being trans. It's being a degenerate, Okay? You can be straight and a degenerate. You can be gay and not be a degenerate. If you just have like a regular fucking life where you have some prudence, you keep your actual overt sexual display in the bedroom and you act like a regular fucking person outside the house, then you should be accepted in society even if you're gay or trans. But for some reason, people think that's homophobic now or transphobic, and it's fucking ridiculous. Why can't people just be fucking normal?
Yeah, people just just be your. I mean,
Well, no,
they,
don't be
I'm not
yourself if
there.
yourself
Yeah,
is ridiculous. Like, just be normal.
don't
Just
be
be
yourself if
normal.
yourself is. Yeah,
Yeah.
just like why can people just I don't know be themselves in their own I guess in an acceptable way where it's like this isn't just in a private bedroom anymore. It affects other people.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Like if you have like, a gay couple and they don't do any of this weird shit. They just like own a house and maybe they adopt a couple kids and they have like a regular life and they just work their jobs and there's nothing fucking weird about them. That's significantly better than a straight degenerate couple that is like openly fucking in the street or something. Right?
somebody
Just
says
be
before I
normal.
ask by $2, why is it acceptable to hold hands but not this?
Well,
It
that's why
disappeared.
some
But not be frisky. Oh, because you're involving other people which in public.
Hold on, someone says normal is restricting my freedom. Good. Good. I will restrict your freedom to have sex in public. Fuck you. I will go pure authoritarian on that conversation. You understand? I'm not going to be like, oh, you have the freedom. No, fuck you. You have no freedom for this.
No, yeah, I don't disagree. Like, kink, is about consent, and consent is like, it's not, it's no longer about consent if you involve other people. And,
Lilith, Lilith, Lilith. What if the child consents?
um, nah, no, they can't. But I don't know. Have you been talking too much with No, I'm just.
No, say it. I know what you're going to say. Say it.
I am gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I've been talking too much with Destiny.
So I saw that tweet too. It's a tweet where like Destiny just posted a Giga Chad to people complaining that he made a joke about fucking a 10-year-old. And at this point, Destiny treats Twitter like the human fucking toilet that it is. He doesn't care. He says like the most heinous, the worst shit he can on Twitter at this point because he actively wants to make the level of discourse on Twitter worse because he doesn't give a fuck about it. And it's like, you know what? I can respect that. I can respect an edgy joke about fucking a 10-year-old if you're gonna post it on Twitter just to trigger a bunch of people. It's like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get the joke. I get it. So
I wouldn't say like be normal. Be like don't violate other people's consent.
no,
That's it.
be normal. Be normal. I'm okay with the phrase just be normal. You can be a normal gay person, you know. You can be a normal trans person. You know, if you're a trans woman who has adopted some children and makes a lovely mother and is and is married a Giga Chad and you live on a farm and you're living the trad lifestyle, that's better than any straight person who's like shooting up heroin in San Francisco or something and shitting on the street.
Based, very true.
So like just be normal. Be constructive. Here. Be constructive. There you go. Do something of value with your life, and that's unrelated to your sexuality.
Yes.
Okay, so where's the thing that I wanted to look at? It was this one. Okay. So apparently when we're talking about this this meeting here in Orange County Public Schools, so the administrators derailed the lesson plan and loaded a spate of hypotheticals. Can staff wear rainbow articles of clothing like ally lanyards? What about safe space stickers teachers put on the classroom doors? Can teachers display photos of a same-sex partner? And if so, can they tell students who that person is? The district's teachers have learned that the answer to all of those questions has been an emphatic no, according to representatives from the local teachers union. The district's general
Huh.
counsel pushed back against the teacher's alarm in an email and cautioned elementary school teachers against displaying or wearing anything that may elicit discussions that may violate the law.
So pretty much go back into the closet, you fucking filthy
Yeah,
faggots.
this person says, "Oh, so only kindergarten to grade 3 teachers need to go back into the closet, I guess, not the rest of us." Um, that's what this individual says here. But yes, I disagree with this. I disagree with this.
Yeah.
Why
This is
shouldn't
just
why yeah
forcing, yeah.
yeah you should be able to display photos of a same-sex partner if your colleagues can display photos of an opposite-sex partner. It should be the same standard, and parts of the right that agree with this, in my opinion, are wrong. That is the wrong thing to do. In my opinion, that is immoral to do. Yeah, like what is a wedding ring then? You know,
Yeah.
let's say a woman has a wedding ring on. Is she allowed to say, "Oh, you know, I got married to my husband," and if a kid
Oh,
asks
she's
her what it is,
flaunting her sexuality.
yeah,
Yeah.
like it,
She's grooming the kids.
yeah,
How dare she mention that she has a partner?
yeah. But and like, okay, you can make argument that, for example, the ally lanyards, like that could be a political statement because allyship is like a political theory kind of thing. So okay, maybe you can axe those. Safe space stickers, I don't know, because like safe space had a meaning that is different from the current political meaning, like 20 or 30 years ago. So maybe, but like display photos of a same-sex partner, no, that should be completely allowed, and it is ridiculous that Florida, at least some areas of Florida, are now banning that. That is ridiculous. That is overreach. That is not good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's not good. This
The
is
law
too
isn't being
far.
clear and from this, or it's either designed that way or
Mhm. Yeah, this is
that
too
this is the
far
result.
in the other direction. Yeah. Let's continue reading this just to see if there's anything else that's. Yeah, so state officials maintain that the ban doesn't limit discussion of LGBTQ issues, but educators insist they haven't received specific guidance from the Florida Department of Education to give them that assurance. These dynamics have left school districts across the state scrambling to comply with a law they don't understand, culminating in a chilling effect that's led to draconian policies and fearful educators who worry about their job security and their students' safety. So yeah, they've basically they've signed this bill. They haven't told anyone how it should be implemented. So people basically are defaulting to the most restrictive possible interpretation of it, which in my opinion is having a lot of bad effects.
And some can argue that's by design.
Maybe it is. I don't know. There's some people in the chat. Listen, chat. In case you didn't know this, I have been pro gay, lesbian, and bi for my entire life, and I still am. And I don't know if you thought that I was going to disagree with you now that this stuff is happening, or that I was going to be silent now that I think the right is doing something wrong, but you have another thing coming. You know? Even as young as, 11 years old or 12 years old, when I watched an anime that had two girls kissing, and I was like, oh, and I felt the young Dev loins stir for the first time, and I understood that lesbians were
That
all
was when you
right.
became an ally?
Yes.
That the date, the voter that turned Dev into an ally. Based.
Like, okay, what's really funny is like there was one girl in my high school year who was a closeted lesbian, and she didn't come out until after leaving the school, but I knew. And I was like the only person in my high school who was cool with her being a lesbian. It was not common in the early to mid 2000s to be cool with that sort of thing, but I was cool with it. Um, and there was definitely some appreciation there, where it's like I was one of the ones who like accepted her, right? Because I didn't care. It's not my business. I don't care what you are. It's not my business. Um, and now this same person, now that she's an adult, she has me blocked because she discovered that I am in fact the alt-right adjacent fascist internet celebrity short fat otaku. And she doesn't want to talk to me anymore. It's like,
You're
okay.
not all right adjacent, though. You're just like the most you could argue is that you're friends with Sargon, but he's like a conservative.
Yep, Sargon's like a regular. Sargon's like a dad. He has dad conservatism.
He's and he's like Sargon or dislike Sargon. He's argued with the alt right
Yep,
plenty
he
like
has.
constantly for a while.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, yeah. Hold on.
So
Made up story for clout. Dude, you can find the woman who's blocked me on Twitter. She still has me blocked. Like this is not
Canadian moment.
this is not amazing. Like you could. This is okay. Whatever. um. But anyway, yeah, they are. There seems to be overreach when it comes to
Yeah.
this bill. I don't like how it's being implemented, and that is the situation with that. Here, before we move on to the second part of the stream, allow me to quickly read off the super chats that have come
Is
in.
quite darker.
Yes, it is a much more serious conversation. Hold on, the super chats first.
Content and trigger warning. Oh.
No, no, get that shit off my channel. No trigger warnings on my channel.
I will give people trigger warnings because this shit involves somebody that's young and
yes,
and also the R word. Can we even say the R word? Or we're probably demonetized.
Retard? No, that's the wrong one.
No, the other one.
We're demonetized anyway. Super chats, guys, please. We're demonetized anyway.
Yes, super chat.
Sargon argued with the alt-right like 5 years ago, like in 2017 or 2018. Yeah, like a long time ago. Okay.
I think he stopped arguing with them.
Also because the alt-right's dead. Like, who's still alt-right anymore? They're all gone. You know, like there's no more.
I mean, yeah, like Richard Spencer made a fool out of himself with that freaking with that leaked monologue where he sounded like a total supervillain.
Hey, hold on. Why would you be disappointed for Sargon realizing he was wrong and adjusting accordingly? I'm not disappointed with Sargon. Did you say you were disappointed?
No.
Oh, I'm not disappointed with Sargon at all. Let's do the super chats here real quick. $5 from Danish Jargon. Dev, come join us in Kansas City. Fiber has arrived, the food is great, and the state has great gun laws. Plus, good gardening land is common. Oh, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea, you know? Mr. Personality.
Gardening time.
Yeah. Mr. Personality, $5. Lilith, are there 5-year-old transgenders?
Oh, that's one of the questions that's going to derail the whole conversation, isn't it? Could you just save the super chats for the last?
No,
you're so greedy,
no,
Dev.
We must.
You're so freaking greedy. I wasn't trans I don't know if I was trans when I was 5. I can speak about it by my own experience. I don't know if I was. There's like I don't think kids that young really care that much about gender to begin with, unless I'd be doubtful. Like I wouldn't. I'd say doubtful. Pressing square to doubt because like
Well, I think it depends what you mean by trans. Like, do you mean somebody who has gender dysphoria? Or somebody who will grow into having it when puberty starts? Because maybe there is.
That's the thing, because like I don't think kids really experience that much gender dysphoria. I think if there's like a kid that wants to present, if it's a little boy wants to say, "Hey, I want to dress like a girl. I want to present as a girl," and
but I don't think little boys say present as a girl. But yeah, I know what you mean.
I want to dress like one, but like are they trans? I wouldn't necessarily say so unless they grow older until you know.
Yeah. I like if we're accepting that gender dysphoria is what being transgender is, and 2 is an immutable characteristic, then there are certainly 5-year-old transgenders, but neither of those things are necessarily set in stone.
There's definitely like 5-year-olds who will grow into being transgender. Like somebody, like I would be an example. Like when I was a kid, I get called, "Oh, what a cute little girl," and it's just like, and my mom would be like, "Oh, it's a boy," he's actually a boy. This is like,
so
and I actually didn't mind being called a girl,
so wait, wait.
and there are also signs where I would like wear like my mom's clothing or play with her makeup. I don't know if that makes me trans, but looking back, it would probably like, be like
A
maybe
sign, yeah.
those were signs.
Okay, so just
I
wait there, just wait.
definitely would reject like ascribing that label for certain onto somebody that young though. I would definitely say no, you can't wait till they grow older before,
Yeah, I know, I agree with that
you
too.
you say for
I'm
sure certain.
I'm curious though. So before you actually started taking hormones, did you actually spend some time as like a trap?
Um, for a while I did cross dress and like like
You,
see
you
if
did
I
like the
can
gay man thing and
yeah.
or like the gay twink thing, I guess. But
Well, the thing is when I came out to my parents and told them I wanted to transition and go on hormones when I was like 12, um, they rejected that and they put me on conversion therapy and for a while that those feelings were suppressed but they never really went away. They were just like they have to be locked away really hard and it's an actual effort to for me to not have those issues. And obviously it didn't work
yeah, yeah.
in the long run
Oh,
because like gender dysphoria went out.
someone said, I remember what my awakening was. It was the transformation sequences in Legend of Dragoon. That sounds familiar. Man, those 90s games, dude. Um, yeah, the 90s was like that kind of unregulated era of Japanese imports where like so much shit that you couldn't get in Western TV shows, like cartoon shows or Western games. They localized that into from Japanese games, no problem. You know, they had gay couples and whatever the fuck else. They had lesbians in there. They had nudity. They just threw it all in there and just said, and just like no one's buying this anime game, so it was all in there, man. I remember that. That was actually the golden age was the 90s, dude. I'm always gonna.
Hmm.
Okay, Tommy.
Nice had a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, Tommy tampons for $20. Thank you. The easiest way to avoid being a leftoid or a rightoid is just don't be a little bitch. Also, bad people are everywhere. Some of them will help you because it benefits them. Stick to your morals and you'll do all right. Yeah, I generally agree with that. I'm a centroid. I'm not a leftoid or a rightoid. Um,
Well, if that explains a lot, I'm sorry you had to go through that. I thank you. What is conversion therapy, Lilith? Well, Google.
Google
Google
it.
is free.
Google it. um, Jano66 for 25 PLNs. Are those the pesos again? Let's say that we are dealing with ideologically motivated individuals that will skirt laws as much as they can. Will that be solved without overreach? So you're talking about people who they're like, you know what? I have a political disposition such that I'm going to use my powers over these kids to make as many of them trans as possible. Screw the rules. I'll do whatever I can. I'll bend the rules as much as possible. I'll break them when I think I can get away with it, and I'm just gonna fuck over an entire generation of kids that come through the school. With that individual, how do you solve that? I mean, that's a rough conversation because that can be applied to anything, right? The fact that people do
Well,
things
yeah.
illegally is not a reason not to make them illegal. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know. What do you think, Lilith?
I think people, if they're using their position to brainwash children in any way, they probably shouldn't be in that position. I think, I don't know if this bill addresses that. I don't think it does because, like, I'm like 90% sure there was already like an anti-sex ed, like, bill in Florida prior to this.
Mm-hmm.
But now
Yeah.
this one is more focused on gender and sexuality.
Yeah.
So it's why it's being called a Don't Say Gay bill.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, Woodworm
I
says,
feel like I feel like anybody who uses their position in a malicious way over children shouldn't be in that position, and that
yes,
goes for
yes,
gays or straight people. Like if a straight person was like nobody would get to be gay, we're gonna send you to conversion therapy, like conversion therapy, and like It's it's a form of grooming. I say it's like it's trying to groom people into like being not be themselves, and I don't think grooming in any direction is good.
Groomed to be straight, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, yeah, Woodworm says they are there to teach and nothing else. I mean, yes, but teaching sex ed is reasonable, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
like, there's a conversation to be had here. Like, if we're
Because people have been teaching sex ed for years,
yeah,
and I think like kids should know basic things, especially to guard themselves. Like there's studies showing like kids who are informed are less likely to get molested or be in those sorts of troubles because they know what's going on and
hmm
adults can't hide that information from them.
the 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 hold on.
But that doesn't mean we should just like show porn in the school either.
Yeah,
There's
the counter to that, point of view is that there's a belief that I think is actually accurate that something is lost. There's like there is an experience that is lost that is essential to growing up if an adult tells a child what sex is rather than the child discovering it on their own. You know, that magical moment where like you finally get to see your first titty because a girl is like, I actually like you enough to take off my shirt, and you're like, oh my god, I've been accepted. I'm not just a fucking loser. Like that first time that it happens, like it's truly magical. It's like affirming, you know, when a girl actually likes you enough to bang you for the first time, and you know to have that
yes, but
to have that moment
I'd rather
destroyed. Well, hold on. To have that moment kind of made less special because sex has been made kind of cheap and everyone is so affirming and they're
well,
so
it's
positive.
not made cheap. It's made like scientificized. Like
Yeah, that too. Yes, that as
it's
well.
taught
Yeah,
like
and so like the
the facts
the
of it.
the 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 magic of discovering it for yourself is kind of lost when it just becomes this thing where like where adults just tell you what it is kind of matter of factly. You lose something there, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, somebody was calling a groomer for conflating 5-year-old with 17-year-old. But when did you do that?
I don't know.
You didn't do that at all.
Nope. So
It
some
feels like there's some projection. Like when we're talking about 5-year-olds, we're talking about 5-year-olds. When we're talking about 17-year-olds, we're talking about 17-year-olds.
yes. Okay, hold on. We're getting through this. Yeah, we gotta get through this. Okay. Cool guy asked me two
Hold on,
dollars.
Dev.
What? Why is it acceptable to hold hands but not be frisky? Well, that's just public sex. I think we covered that. Lobster
Yeah.
Million, $20. Thank you. The LGBT exhibitionists are extremists. However, while a group is defined by their extremists, or isn't defined by their extremists, the group is defined by how they handle their extremists. There's
Well,
not enough.
here. I'll handle it right now. I condemn it.
Yep.
I do not support it. I am somebody who is BNT, and I don't support public displaying yourself in front of kids.
Yep.
You shouldn't involve kink with them.
Mm-hmm. He says there's not enough backlash from the left. This is now mainstream. Yeah. So the right, you know, your normal conservative seems to look at the crazy pedophilia that sometimes happens on the right with like priests molesting kids or with like the weird father-daughter shit that happens in some southern states, and your average conservative looks at that and thinks that that's absolutely fucking insane and crazy. Meanwhile, your average progressive is weirdly kind of silent on the pedophilia coming from the left right now, with only a few notable exceptions, and that's a problem. The left does not seem to be willing to police their own the same way that the right is. So I think there's something there that needs to be handled, I think. Jano66 for 10. I heard PLNs are like Polish money, so 10 Polish dollars. Normal is a non-term on the left. That's true. The left also seems to hate the idea of normalcy. So I agree with you there. Dylan Killen for $5. Ask the question, Dev. Why is it such an epidemic among these types of people? Why are they so degenerate? That's probably going to be a much longer conversation than we have time for right now. For example, I actually did see a study recently that I shared with a few people because I was like, is this true? And it basically said that um, out of 90 sexually abused prepubescent boys, their gender identities were undifferentiated in 52% of them, masculine in 23, androgynous in 19, and feminine in 6. So, like that, man, the possibility that there is a link between sexual abuse or just any kind of abuse and some kind of sexual orientation or trans thing as an adult. There's there's not confirmed evidence yet, but there's weak evidence that it might be the case, and that's like a scary proposition. So, but that's too that like it would take us hours to go into that conversation. But maybe in a future thing we can talk about that because no one wants to talk about it, but it's probably important to talk about.
Possibly.
Yeah, and
Like,
also I also want to make clear
I
though.
could really go both ways too. Like,
Yeah.
people who are sexually abused by people of the opposite sex as a kid turning out to be gay in the future because of trauma.
Yep. I know like that was things that Christian said a lot actually.
There's also like lesbians who are that way because they got assaulted by older male figures that they were supposed to trust as a kid.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Of course that doesn't explain like every
No, it doesn't.
case, like,
And also
or even most. I don't think like it's intrinsically tied, but like to think that there could be a factor is something that's horrifying. But
there's also just the fact that doesn't mean that
also,
non-offending gay or trans people should be prevented from being gay or trans as adults, even if they are victims of abuse, and even if that abuse made them gay or trans.
Yeah.
So it's a very nuanced conversation that you have to have. And yeah, I just realized androgynous is a word that's kind of fallen out of favor in the past 10 years or so. Like, there was lots of androgynous people back. Like, androgyny was cool. God damn it. The progressives took away cool androgyny. I'm so mad about it. Okay. Anyway.
Now it's all pink hairs and pronouns.
Yes. God damn it. Silva Camaro. Shaved side heads.
Sides,
yeah, fuck.
Side heads.
Yeah.
And maybe a faux hawk with the light streaks in it.
Mm-hmm. Silver Camaro 78, $2. Roe v. Wade is gone. Thank you, Justice Dankula. That was a good troll. I still maintain. Retneck, $5. The woke circus. No more strong men, lion tamers, and tightrope walkers. Just standing around looking at bearded ladies, sword swallowers, and clowns. Oof. Wasn't there like a thing that you posted this, Lilith, where you said that like gay men do drag in front of children and trans women get blamed, and then cis women demand on all these weird pronouns and trans women get blamed, and then trans men do weird shit in bathrooms and trans women get blamed, and then cis men fuck trans women and then get angry about it, and then trans women get blamed. And it's like trans women are doing all this they're getting blamed for all this shit when it's like literally everyone else doing it. And it's like, yeah, fair enough.
I didn't post it, but I reacted to it. But
it's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, actually.
You're paraphrasing a bit, but it's pretty much it. Like cystoids, they said like their word, not mine. And they're going woke cystoids like forced pronoun circles, and trans women get blamed, and that's the thing I've seen. Like Contra got canceled for that one, didn't she? Whereas like possibly, she complained about pronoun circles.
Fuck, they're so stupid. Okay.
Hold
on, we gotta get through these. There's like 6 left. There's 6 left. Okay, and then we'll move on to the next story, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. Neko Boy Official, $5.
Save them for last.
Neko Boy Official, $5. Okay, you know what? We'll save the rest for last. We'll just do one more. Neko Boy Official for $5. I just wanted gay marriage, but activists call me an assimilationist for believing in 2 genders, or not wanting prepubescent kids to learn LGBT topics. That's kind of how I feel about it too. There's like the people who just want to have a regular life and assimilate, and there's people who are like they want to make their entire personality their sexuality or something, and it's like no, man, you don't gotta do that. That's a bit ridiculous. So yeah, there's like a schism between assimilationists and not exhibitionists. They're I think they're like liberationists or something, and it's like it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry. People are saying you have a voice filter. I mean, I've spoken to you long enough now that you don't have a voice
No,
filter. No, that's your real voice. It's a pro.
this is actually my real voice.
It's a
I'm not.
product of being Asian and taking hormones. It's like I
Yes, I didn't fully complete my puberty. Uh, by the
yeah.
way, I went on like I managed to get some hormones from online pharmacies when I was like a 16, and
The DIY.
yes,
Right.
the very dangerous, very scary DIY, scary.
Hmm. Now I've heard that from a lot of people. They don't believe that you can actually have the anime voice, and it's like, no, you do. You actually have that voice, which is kind of surprising to be fair, but still, like, yes, yes, it's true.
No, if I was using like a filter, I'd probably make myself sound something else because like lots of people make comments about like, oh, look, Lilith's voice, she sounds weird. Oh, she sounds. Some people think I sound cute, but some people think I'm like using like a voice filter or like faking it or some shit.
Mm. Wait, are you playing video games?
Oh, um,
I hear clicking.
no, I'm not a gamer. I do not oppress me. Don't throw me in a gamer gulag. I do not game.
What game is it, by the way?
I was just checking Warframe because they're
Warframe.
doing like a TennoCon thing with like
That's.
a big yearly reveal with a bunch of stuff. But
Hmm.
that's neither here nor there. Topic, Dev.
Yep, I'm right here. Here we go. We're gonna move to the next thing, guys. Are you ready?
Yes,
Here it is.
timestamp people. Be
Oh,
ready.
Ohio man charged with raping a 10-year-old girl.
Yes.
And this is another place where, in my opinion, the right has gone too far. Now, you know that I am pro choice, but also that I view abortion as a necessary evil. And the grotesqueness coming out of the left regarding abortion, that you should be proud of having one, that everyone should have one, that you should shout your abortion, that abortion is a morally positive act. All of this stuff, in my opinion, is grotesque. Abortion is in my opinion, necessary evil. We should not ban it, but we should seek to limit it to a reasonable level. I think that first, if you just look intuitively at the various stages of fetal development, in the first 3 months, it doesn't look like a person, so I don't care. In the last 3 months, it very much looks like a baby, so I do care. And then in between, you can have some negotiation on the second trimester. But I think generally, where, for example, Canada has it, is pretty good. Canada, it's like between 16 and 20 weeks in most places. That sounds like it's a fine limit for me for abortion. If you haven't figured out that you want an abortion by 20 weeks, by 20 weeks, you can fuck off. Um, Now that's most of Canada. In Ontario, they do it up to 24, which I think is probably a little bit too far. I think 20 is probably the right limit. Um, and in fact, a lot my opinion is colored by the fact that, one, in real life, I've known some people who have gotten abortions, but they're responsible. They get them like within the first, like in 1 month or so, and they're like, nope, this is a mistake. Or one person was raped, and she's like, nope, and within a month, it's done. Okay. And at the same time, I knew a person maybe 6 years ago. She had a late term abortion, and it was elective. And it's the only person that I've ever heard of ever getting an elective late term abortion. And the reason that she did it is because she had broken up with the father of the child, and she wanted to hurt him. So she shopped around and found a doctor that would do it, and then she had the abortion. She had to shop around because it's not that common, but she found one. Um, and I thought that was absolutely grotesque, and so did everyone else, and we all stopped hanging out with her. But like that that
Hmm.
that seems ridiculous. Okay, that seems ridiculous that you would do that. You
I
carry this baby
don't
for
think
this
that's
long.
fine either.
Yeah,
Just don't think, yeah, carry just to get back at somebody.
yeah,
Yeesh.
yeah. So for me, I'm
Um,
I'm very much like
what?
Like
My
there should be.
position is very much safe, legal, and rare.
Yep.
That's like I'm definitely pro-choice as well. I think like making it illegal is going to cause a lot more harm than good.
Hold on. Someone in the chat just says, yes, we know
But
that you want a woman to not be able to get one by the time she finds out. If you haven't found out in 3 fucking months, what are you doing with yourself?
I don't actually know what week is the right one. I wouldn't make a comment on that.
I think between 16
I
and
don't
20.
know what's the right what's the like by the time a woman finds out.
I would pin it between 16 and 20. I think that's reasonable. That's more than enough time to figure it out. That's early enough in the process that, you know, the conscious experience that the brain can generate isn't really being generated yet. I think that is a good enough. If we're going to have a moment, that's probably the moment between 16 and 20 weeks, somewhere in there. Okay. But the reason we're talking about abortion is because we are now going to see the end result of a society that bans abortion without having any sort of good faith exemptions, like for rape or for incest or for health of the mother or for these things that should be, even if they're rare, they should be exemptions. Because now we're going to see what happens. And it starts off with an Ohio man who was charged with raping a 10-year-old girl.
Yes.
Yes.
And this 10-year-old girl had to have sought out abortion from a different state because I believe her she was just over the limit of what was legally allowed abortion in Ohio.
Well, let's see if that's the case. I have the article here. An Ohio man has been charged with raping a 10-year-old girl whose case drew national attention following a doctor's comments that the child had to travel to Indiana.
That's the guy in our thumbnail, by the way.
Yep, that's the guy in the thumbnail, yeah. A doctor commented that the child had to travel to Indiana for an abortion. An account that has led some prominent Republicans, including Ohio's Attorney General and a congressman, to suggest the story was fabricated. Like, the chat's molding already. He's like, wrong. Well, what are we wrong about? What do you mean? Ohio has exemptions, and she's covered by local law. Okay, well, hold on. The entire chat is just raging. Post the proof of it, guys. Post the proof.
Oh, actually, here.
Yeah, post the proof that this is the case.
Proof for that.
Do you? Okay, let's see it. Let's see the counterproof.
Case. If I can bring it up.
That doctor is a proven liar and an activist. Prove it. Show me.
Yeah.
Show me the money.
There are people calling it a hoax in our chat. Great.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Everyone, I'm watching the chat right now. I just prove. Hasn't everyone already talked about this and shown it was crap? No. That's the funny thing. People like they didn't believe it, even though it was true.
Yeah, the guy. They didn't believe it before the guy was arrested, and now, unbelievably, there's still people who are saying it's not true after the guy was arrested.
Post the proof. Listen, no, I'm presenting an article. You guys are just saying wrong in the chat. You have to at least also present an article. So,
or some kind of evidence.
So present it. Otherwise, we're just going to keep reading. Okay. So, of course, Joe Biden does his Joe Biden things. He's fallen asleep at the wheel as it is. A detective testified Wednesday at an initial court appearance for the 27-year-old suspect that Columbus police learned about the girl's pregnancy through a referral by Franklin County Children's Services that was made by her mother on June 22nd, and she had an abortion in Indianapolis on June 30th. The DNA from the Indianapolis abortion clinic was being tested to confirm paternity. See, people are saying, no, you do. Okay, here's me proving it. Here, I'm proving it right. Here, it's on the screen. I'm reading the article. The article's proof. So now you have to present something else to disprove the article, because the article is also proof. So, listen, you know what? Titanium Dragoon Neo has my DMs, and he's in there saying this is false. You can post proof to me through Discord DMs. Go ahead. But anyway, Republican tweet. Jesus Christ. Republican U.S. Rep. Jim Jordan tweeted another lie. Anyone surprised? He then deleted the tweet following news of the arrest. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not she could have actually gotten the abortion in Ohio, or regardless of whether or not it was necessary for her to go to Indianapolis, or whatever, why would you say that the story was fake? Like, just without any, just because it fit your narrative, without any kind of thought, just be like, oh, that's a fake story. She didn't actually get raped. Like, what? Why?
A 10-year-old very clearly had to get an abortion.
Like, why not wait? Why not fucking wait? Why not wait?
Yeah.
Why not fucking wait, dude? Hold on. This is messed up, Dev, and your smugness is getting irritating. What do you mean? I'm literally asking for proof. There's a Discord where you can post. There are mods in the chat who will send the proof to me. Just you can't just say wrong and then not prove it. God. Okay. Hold on. Odin sent me something. Odin, do you have something here? Here. I'm gonna take away the screen just in case what Odin sends me something. Because I have Odin on DMs as well.
You know, I leaked DMs by accident.
Okay. Right. This is also a headline here. Let's pull it up. All right, so mom of Ohio girl. Here, I'll just bring it up. Actually, yeah. The mother of the Ohio girl, who was 10, who was forced to get an abortion in Indiana after being raped by an illegal migrant, says daughter is fine and defends the suspect. Everything they say about him is a lie. Okay.
An Ohio prove that the abortion didn't happen.
An Ohio mom is defending the man who confessed to raping her 10-year-old.
It sounds like the mom should be arrested.
Yeah, because so what this could be is that the mother is that this none of this happened. It was all made up.
Listen, hold on. I linked it myself, by the way, Dev. I linked one of the articles stating everything about the mother. We were actually gonna move on to that, but that story doesn't prove that the story is fake.
Yeah, yeah. Soup Visual was like, it was me. I made it up. Fucking, was it Senator Armstrong? I made it the fuck up. Okay, so this what this could be? This could be that the entire thing was made up, and that nothing ever happened to the daughter, and that the person who admitted to raping her was he just said it, and he's just a fucking moron. Or this could be that the mother is a complete piece of shit and is actually standing by the man who raped her daughter, which does happen sometimes when the mother is a complete piece of shit and actually likes the man who is raping her children. So this doesn't prove it, guys. This is a piece of evidence that could go either way. This doesn't prove it. Okay? Yeah.
It doesn't prove that she didn't get the abortion. She did.
Yes.
It's on record. That she did.
Rightoids. It's an illegal immigrant, thank God. Okay, hold on. Titanium sent me some stuff too. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Titanium was a good guy. Wait, no, that's the same thing. We're already looking at this, but thank you, dude. Thank you. But okay, so basically, the story is she got raped by this guy.
You keep letting idiots derail you.
Yeah. So hold on. So everything happened, but she didn't need to leave Ohio, which for some reason is the worst part of the story for some people. I mean, I don't know why she didn't have to leave Ohio, if you guys have evidence on that. But like, okay, so hold on. Chat. Just let me know, chat. At least answer this. Do you think that this rape and abortion happened at least? Like, are we at least on the same page on that? Or are you saying that like?
Oh, actually here.
Okay. Okay. Here. Let me just ask this though of the chat. Okay, chat. Do you at least believe
this definitively proves that claim wrong? Ohio AG Yost said on Monday.
Let me pull it up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Here, do you want to? Oh, this is the Ohio Attorney General, Amy Archer. No. The Ohio Legislative Service Commission's response to Representative Jeff Crossman. Okay. Representative Crossman asked LFC if minor victims of sexual assault are able to receive abortions within Ohio after 6 weeks gestation. No, Ohio's abortion prohibition applies regardless of the circumstances of conception or the age of the mother. Ohio law prohibits a person from knowingly and purposely performing or inducing an abortion after a fetal heartbeat has been detected, typically around 6 weeks, unless either 1. The physician performs a medical procedure designed to or intended to prevent the death of a pregnant woman or prevent a serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman, or 2. A person has performed an examination for the presence of a fetal heartbeat, and the method used does not reveal a fetal heartbeat. So either 1, it's the limit in Ohio seems to be 6 weeks. However, yeah, the limit in
There's
Ohio
one
is
exception, which
there's
is
two exceptions. Two
to
exceptions.
if
Two
a
exceptions.
woman. Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Two technically. Yes.
yeah. So the limit is 6 weeks unless the woman is going to be injured by the pregnancy or the fetus is dead, and then they okay. So
this definitively proved that she couldn't have gotten an abortion in Ohio.
well, let's look at the dates. Let's see. So the dates of the actual event. Let's look. Ohio man charged with raping a 10-year-old. Okay. Hold on. A detective testified initial court appearance that the Columbus police learned about the girl's pregnancy through a referral by Franklin County Children's Services and made by her mother on June 22nd. So she had the abortion on June 30th. And if it was before 6 weeks, if it was before 6 weeks, then the rape had to have happened in between May 15th and June 30th. If it was after 6 weeks, it had to have happened before May 15th. So when did the actual rape happen? Hold on.
I don't know.
That's a lie.
What?
The limit is heartbeat, not 6 weeks. True enough, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the limit is after a fetal heartbeat has been detected, which is typically around 6 weeks, but not always 6 weeks. Okay. Hold on. Zenman says heartbeat isn't 6 weeks, and there's exemption in case of rape. They already said it. There's no exemption of rape in this document. There's only 2 exemptions, and neither of them involve rape. Chat cares more about the abortion rights than punishment of the rapist. That's true. That's true right now.
Yeah. Fuck the rapist. We should just like. If there's one thing that's good that has come out of it, it's that this piece of shit is being taken away.
Okay. Let's see.
But it's still fucked up that
the rape happened.
A 10-year-old was being prevented from getting an abortion on a freaking rape that occurred.
So
on a fucking child.
Titanium says the rape happened 6 weeks prior to the abortion. She was 6 weeks and 3 days before termination. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so she was like just slightly after the limit. Guys,
she was like just slightly after.
You're all saying
it looks like
everyone's saying exceptions, but this shows no exemption for rape in Ohio.
And that's from the Ohio Attorney General. So if there's anybody who knows the law, it should be them.
Here, let's just look at that. Here. Let's see. Just give me a second. All right. I'm just looking this up here. The girl's pregnancy was apparently too far along to permit an abortion in Ohio, where there are not exemptions for rape and incest. So she instead received an abortion in Indiana. I mean, there you go. All right.
I don't know how clear can things get.
Like what? What else? Where's the exemption, guys? It seems like there's no exception,
the
and they had to
Attorney General
go.
disagrees with the chat saying there's exemptions. So
Okay, hold on. Clause 3. Cases that cause a serious risk of substantial irreversible impairment to a major bodily function of the mother. Mental health is an impairment. Okay, so here's what's really funny about that logic. I mean, that is technically, in a very broad sense, correct. However, that's the same logic that people in other states have used to justify late-term abortions. And in that logic, rightoids regularly scream that mental health should not be something that allows for an abortion. It's like,
yeah,
okay. She was exempt under the second one by virtue of being 10. Okay, but here's the situation, though, Sam. That might be the case, but you'd need to bring it before a court to actually see if that's true, and the court would take too long. So you can bring it before the court and argue your case, but at the same time, that child's still growing, and it might be a situation where it's like, listen, the weeks are ticking by. We don't have time to argue this in court. We're just going to go one state over, and frankly, they shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Dev's lying because wrong. So you're wrong.
Oh God. Wait a day.
Oh God. Dev's lying because wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Hold on. Oh my God. Okay, chat.
Chat's being delusional right now.
Chat, you guys gotta chill the fuck out. All right. Okay, so you know what? Here's actually how we can solve this. Hold on.
They have exemption, but the exemption doesn't cover that little girl, though.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Well, here's how we can solve this. Did she try to get an abortion in Ohio and was turned down? Because that will... People are saying, you're wrong. No. I don't know why you keep... Oh, my God. Okay, hold on.
Stop arguing.
Did
delusional.
She... I'm Googling it. Wait, what are you saying, Titanium? Okay. Here's Titanium's take. There are details that don't add up. It seems at this point that the mother's boyfriend was an illegal and that she wants to protect him. So she didn't report the rape to police, but instead to a social worker. The social worker also didn't report the rape to police, as they were legally obligated to do, but instead referred the mother to a doctor who also failed to report the rape. This doctor, instead of seeking exemption from the Ohio law, which was possible, at least it doesn't seem like it was, Titanium, but we'll just roll with it, instead referred the mother to an Indiana abortion doctor, likely because seeking the exemption would require reporting the rape. Okay, so if that's the case, what this sounds like is that this is a terrible mother. This woman is a terrible mother who is allowing her illegal immigrant boyfriend to fuck and impregnate her 10-year-old daughter, and they're trying to skirt the law. But nonetheless, that's all part of the story. Okay, nonetheless, okay, hold on. If it is the case that there was no exemption available, which it seems like it's the case that there's no exemption available in Ohio for cases of rape. If that's the case, that Ohio exemption is obviously wrong, because there should be. Obviously. So, hold on. The chat's screaming, yes. I never disagreed with you. Hey, chat. You can hold two opinions at once. You can believe that the mother is a terrible mother, and you can also believe that Ohio's abortion law is too restrictive.
She is a terrible mother.
You can believe both of these things. Oh my God, guys. You can believe... Oh my God. Bodily harm is the exemption. Okay. Here.
Bodily harm intended to prevent the death of a pregnant woman.
Okay,
so serious risk.
So chat. How about this? If, hypothetically, the 10-year-old was knocked up by this guy, she was raped, and, hypothetically, there was no actual
Oh, actually,
Let me finish.
sorry.
Let me finish. Okay.
The record shows Indiana doctor fulfilled duty to report 10-year-old's abortion.
Yes.
This by the Washington Post. So that part was also a lie on their
Yes.
part.
Yes. Okay.
The doctor did report it.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So let me. Chat. I want to give you a hypothetical. So I want you to all just calm down and engage. And we'll engage our brains together. And I want you to give me a yes or no on this. Okay. Hypothetically, let's assume the situation is this man rapes the 10-year-old, the 10-year-old girl. She gets pregnant. Okay. And hypothetically, there is no chance of bodily harm as a result of her going through the pregnancy. Okay? Hypothetically, let's just assume that. In that case, do you believe that that Ohio's abortion restrictions are moral? Because now that bodily harm is off the table, there's no rape exemption. So, is it therefore moral? Let's just I know you're saying it's impossible. Assume it for a second. Is it moral? Because for me, it's not. It's not moral. You should be able to get an abortion if you've been raped. I will answer once I see Lilith's feet. Feet. No, yes, no, yes. 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 Everyone's saying post feet now. It's a dumb hypothetical because it's not possible. That's not engaging with the question. You have to be honest enough to engage with the question. Honestly, the chat's like 50-50 on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not ignoring reality. What I'm saying is, there can be enough good faith disagreement on the part of legislators and on the part of doctors, where some doctors might say, there's no, some doctors might say, clearly a 10-year-old can't carry a child to term. That's clearly going to harm her bodily health. So we have to stop this. And some doctors might say, hey, you know what? Pregnancy always carries a risk. So maybe, because there have been other states that have forced children to go through with this sort of thing. So no, I'm not just going to accept that the bodily harm exemption also applies to rape of a 10-year-old child, because in some interpretations it doesn't, and the law is not clear enough. That's what I'm saying, okay? That's what I'm saying. All right, chat? Okay.
Jeez. So you're telling it a brick wall death.
Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue with this because
Yeah.
Yes. Charged with, and honestly, the worst part about this story is how many people on the right just didn't believe that it happened for a while.
Yeah.
Because that seems kind of ridiculous. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Man charged
the
with
part about the mother doesn't make the story untrue. Then throw the mother into a wood chipper too.
Yes, obviously. Throw the mother into
So
a wood chipper.
Just like it doesn't change the fact that it's still horrible that a girl was still raped and that she had to get an abortion, and when she tried to seek that out, doctors told her no, you have to go to a different state. And from the looks of it, it looks like the doctors, if they had performed an abortion, they would have gotten in trouble because the Attorney General answered when asked if minor victims of sexual assault are able to receive abortions within Ohio after 6 weeks gestation. The answer was no. Ohio's abortion prohibition applies regardless of the circumstances of
this is a little
conception
bit earlier.
or the age of the mother.
Hold on, I want to point out real quick. I want to point out that there actually is somebody in the chat, Grimnir, who is saying that this was fabricated as an event. So people in the chat are saying we're not disbelieving it, Dev. There's at least a few of you who are. So
Yeah.
I do want to look into that. So because there is, you know, the facts of what happened with this little girl and this rapist. There's also the side story of why the fuck are some rightoids out there saying that the story is not true. Like that's ridiculous at this point. All right. Um,
Yeah.
you know, the Republican Ohio Attorney General had said that the story was not true and too good to confirm. Like, what what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? You know? Um, Jim Jordan deletes the tweet calling the story of a 10-year-old girl being raped another lie after Ohio authorities charged a man in the case. Like, that never happened. And then
At least, yeah.
as soon as the cops charge someone,
Deletes tweets silently.
silently deletes tweet. It's like, dude, maybe, like, you know, you don't got to give a take right away. You can wait a bit. You can just chill.
Yeah.
You can just chill, Jim Jordan. It's like, oops. Another lie. Anyone surprised? Fuck, dude. Man, like, hold on.
There were also like
the chat
tweets just from randos going like, "Oh, it's a hoax. It's fake news."
Yeah.
It was like I'm pretty sure if you scroll up the 10-year-old victim, the 10-year-old rape victim girl abortion seeker in Ohio is super fake news by this one commenter.
Yep, there's a bunch of tweets.
If you pull it up.
Where is it?
Yep. It's up.
Is it on this page?
Scroll up. Yeah, it's on the page. No, it's in the Discord.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Is it this one? No, wait.
Yeah.
I can't find it. Sorry.
Yeah.
So.
Scroll.
I mean,
Dove.
Oh, this one? Oh, the Luke one. Okay, no, I got that. I have it here. Yeah. The 10-year-old rape victim abortion seeker in Ohio is super fake news. I had to pull this out of the web archive because he had deleted it. Actually, no, he got suspended. Okay.
Oof.
But still, like.
And there's like other ones.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys, yeah, see,
when
is the story of the 10-year-old being...
to find now?
Yeah.
It's because there's actually a rapist that was arrested.
So, there are some people who are saying that this just didn't happen, and that's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Like, hold on. People were waiting for more evidence than story. Please chill out. If they were waiting, they wouldn't post this shit. Like you don't gotta give a take immediately. You can just wait a second, okay?
Yeah.
Super chats will be.
They didn't say. Oh, let's wait until more information come out. They're outright saying this is fake news. This didn't happen.
Hold on. Super chats. Super chats will be answered after this story. Okay, guys, don't worry. I'm not ignoring them. So yeah. All right. So wait, what was this? News of a 27-year-old arrested for raping a 10-year-old confirmed many pro-choice voices on the left, and also ended up embarrassing many political media folks on the right who insisted that the story was fake. Yeah, wasn't there somebody on Fox who like right out said just like, this is fake? I think I had that, but where is it? Where is it? Here, maybe it's actually in this video. Let's see.
To raping a 10-year-old who then went across state lines to get an abortion.
Okay.
Now, you may be familiar with the story, as it was initially cited by many pro-choice activists, since all abortions in the girl's home state of Ohio are illegal. Even President Biden spoke about it.
Not all abortions in the home state of Ohio. Not all.
The 10-year-old girl was a rape victim in Ohio. 10 years old.
Okay, Biden.
She was forced to have to travel out of the state to
declaring on.
Reported this child rape to
Here we go. Here's the part I was looking for.
This story apart.
So Primetime decided to investigate this alleged child rape. But we quickly found out that authorities in Ohio haven't even begun a criminal investigation into the rape. This doesn't make any sense. No one reported this child rape to law enforcement?
Well, that turned out not to be true, but just yesterday, Fox's Emily Campagno went a step further.
For me, what I find so deeply offensive is that they had to make up a fake one. There's actually so many, there are countless real ones that I would love for them to use as advocacy for law and order,
Okay.
for actually commitment to prosecutions, to finding the perpetrator. But the fact that this alleged situation was created to further their position on abortion by a sort of sensationalist physician.
Fox contributor Jonathan Turley even wrote a story for the New York Post that was initially titled "Activist's Tale of a 10-Year-Old Rape Victim's Abortion Looks Like a Lie." To Waters' credit, at least he had on the Ohio Attorney General, who also expressed skepticism.
Let's turn to Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost. So, Dave, have you had anybody come to you in your state to say we're looking into this? A police report was filed?
Not a whisper. And we work closely with we have a decentralized
Fix your mic, dude.
law
Jesus.
enforcement system in Ohio. But we have regular contact with prosecutors and local police and sheriffs. Not a whisper anywhere.
But today, reporters for the Columbus Dispatch were in a Franklin County court where it was disclosed that Gershon Fuentes was arrested the day before and charged with
related to
raping
Nick?
the 10-year-old girl. According to Columbus police, the girl's mother reported the rape and pregnancy to Franklin County Children's Services on June 22nd, and that organization notified law enforcement. Police say Fuentes, who was undocumented, confessed to raping the girl at least twice, and she did then travel to Indiana to get a legal abortion a week later. It is a horrible tragedy, fueled in part by an OBGYN doctor who was not able to confirm details for fear of potentially violating HIPAA regulations. But it serves as a perfect example of the politicized media on both sides, wanting a story to be true or false. And in this case, the right-leaning media dug in and got burned. Joining me now is...
That seems to be true. All right? That actually seems to be correct. Like, you have... Why would right-leaning people on Fox News also come out and be like, this never happened? Why would Jim Jordan be like, this never happened? What the fuck? Like, you know, I mean, like, maybe we shouldn't be expecting much from Fox News. It is still fucking Fox News, right? But Christ, guys, like, why would you immediately just say that this never happened? Like, leftoids do this too, and we laugh at them. We rightfully laugh at them when they do it. When people on the left do shit like, they'll be like, you know, that never happens. You're just being ridiculous. Oh, and if it happens, it's good. You know, like, they do that shit a lot. And we laugh at them because it's ridiculous. Because what the fuck? How could you say, you know, grooming never happens? Meanwhile, here's all these TikToks of people doing grooming, or people having sex in public, or people doing shit in front of children they shouldn't be doing. It never happens, though. It never happens. And it's like, obviously this is ridiculous. So why would
we have like people who are supposedly so focused on grooming? They're like, oh, this never happened. Oh, this 10-year-old that's been raped. Oh, we haven't seen. What have we seen her name? So this is like, do we even know she exists? First of all, it's a 10-year-old. They deserve anonymity. She's a victim, so fucking leave her alone.
Yes, obviously.
It has been reported in Indiana and in Ohio.
What's happening here is, like, the right in this instance fell down the same hole, where they said, like, this sounds too good to be true, so it didn't happen. And it's like, no, maybe things do actually happen that show your position to be kind of ridiculous sometimes.
I saw some. I saw it the other day that, like, somebody was making the case, like, cases of, like, underage incest and rapists needing abortions isn't that rare. And last year, only 22 needed abortions or something in Ohio. And it's just like, that's still 22 too many.
Hold on a second. You're turning reasonable skepticism into moral policing. No, I'm not. I'm just saying they shouldn't have said anything until more information came out. They should have not run that segment on Fox. That's it. Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit.
Reasonable skepticism would be like, okay, there's certain things that we should question. But no, that's not what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, and also, hold on. Titanium says no conviction, no crime. Okay. We can go by that standard, but that means that every single Antifa fucking goon.
Now you're just coping.
You
are
hold on.
just fucking coping right now. You're coping so fucking hard.
Every single Antifa goon in Portland who got let off by that shitty district attorney who was like pro their side, because there was no conviction, there was no crime. We like you know how that sounds. No conviction, no crime. Come on, man. Come on. You're smarter than that.
And no police report, no accusation. No, but there has been. What is wrong with you? The guy's arrested.
Yeah. So.
Oh
my god.
I don't know. It feels like lots and lots of cope.
Okay. Hold on. So here, okay, Carl said what I think is probably the case. Carl here says both sides simply used a convenient story for their own ends, and the right came up short on this one. Yes, and this is the point that I want to make, that I really want to hammer home here, guys, is that the right does this too. They're not innocent. The left isn't innocent either. But the right also isn't innocent. The right also does this. The right will also trump up a story. The right will also embellish the facts. The right will also give a take too quickly. All right? If you want to be the superior side as rightoids, and I know most of you in the chat are more right-leaning than me. If you truly want to be the superior political side, you can't only be factually correct. You must also be procedurally correct. Okay? That's important. How you do things is just as important as what you do. All right? Chat is being upset. Chat is upset.
Force 10-year-olds to carry through their term.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm gonna assume that most here. You know what? Let's not talk about law for a minute. Let's just talk about morals, okay? Chat. Do you think that 10-year-olds who get raped have morally a reasonable reason to get an abortion? What do you think? Hold on. I don't want to be the superior side. I want to be the only side. Well, then you're also incorrect, because you need a good opposition. A good opposition is how you sharpen your side. It's how you cut your teeth. Opposition is what makes you stronger. So.
Just like, there's still people like, we're not saying it's bad to have skepticism. That's not what we're saying. We're saying it's bad to outright say, oh, this is one way. It's like, oh, this is false because this is too convenient.
Just right here. So, yes, no, yes, no, yes. There's a lot of yeses. A few people are saying that the question's bad, but the question isn't bad. That's just cope. You get a feeling she was being trafficked. That's actually very possible too. Like, she could be a trafficking victim. But the point is this a reasonable exemption morally for abortion? Most people in the chat say yes, which means that regardless of all the differences of opinion of the details, or regardless of who's right on that, we still ultimately agree. We still ultimately agree on this. Like, she should morally have access to an abortion.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like,
people disagreeing that a 10-year-old shouldn't have access to abortion is completely crazy.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
Go fuck yourself.
That's fucking insane.
You want to force a 10-year-old to give birth? You sick fuck. You want to call people groomers?
Yeah,
go fuck yourself.
That's ridiculous. I think that there should definitely be exemptions for rape. That's fucking nuts.
I'm so. I like, oh, it's murder. Oh, go fuck yourself. It's like, you want to force a child to have to carry a kid to term. What is wrong with you?
Yeah. This is not someone who's, you know what? there's so many factors in the victim's favor in this. The fact that she's underage, the fact that she was raped, the fact that her mom was apparently okay with her being raped. Like, yes.
Yeah, that poor freaking girl. She should be taken away by the
Oh, absolutely.
Fucking
yeah.
monstrous. I'm glad that fucker is arrested.
Listen. Just because everyone faps to the story in hentai.
I'm sad there's so.
Just because everyone faps to this story during hentai doesn't mean
everybody. Who the fuck is everybody, Dan?
Hold on. Are you telling me you haven't watched some really good mother-daughter hentai?
Nothing underage. Jeez. Jesus, Dev. Jesus.
No, you are.
I'm sure you're joking.
Did I troll you? Was it a good enough troll?
You're becoming too much like Destiny. Holy shit.
Hold on. The highest judicial authority said himself she could have gotten an abortion. Here's the thing, Titanium. Let's assume here. I'm hold on. I'm going to give Titanium's position a reasonable good faith examination. Okay, let's assume that it is in fact the case that she could have gotten an abortion, even though it's the language is a little bit ambiguous, that in the end she would have been able to get an abortion. Okay, it's entirely possible that because of the ambiguous language, some doctors might have said yes and some doctors might have said no, and she probably just didn't have time to shop around, which is also reasonable. Like, you know, if the abortion limit is 6 weeks, that doesn't leave you much time to really figure out what you're doing. Also the fact that she's 10 years old, but still, it doesn't leave you much time to figure out what you're doing, right? So it's like, well, some doctors, because the law actually is written ambiguously. No. The law is written ambiguously. Dave, you haven't been good faith this entire topic. Jesus Christ, dude. Yes, I have. The law is written ambiguously. Because here, I'll just pull that up again. Here, where is it? Is it this one? Yeah.
Sorry, somebody said something really dumb. Sorry.
Yeah, Titanium.
Can I react?
Just wait.
Have a second.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, Titanium. They had 6 weeks. It generally takes about 4 weeks to really figure out that you're pregnant, dude. So like, okay, go on. Go ahead. You react first, Lilith. Go ahead.
Okay, somebody said Lilith reacting like it's sick for a kid to have a child. Meanwhile, 100 years ago, 16-year-olds having kids was normal. We're talking about a 10-year-old.
Not 16. Not 16, dude.
Mental health. You. What is wrong with you?
Yeah. So 16. Okay. I could.
And first of all, yes, it is sick for a kid to have a child.
Yes, it is.
It's sick for a kid to be raped at all. But it's like, yeah, I stand by. It's sick for a kid to have a child. And first of all, it's not right for a 16-year-old to have a child either. By the way, it's not right either. But it's a 10-year-old.
16.
I'm sorry, I'm being trolled.
I don't know. I don't know about 16. That's a bit different, right? Because let's say that, like, you know, a 16-year-old can date a 19-year-old, and that's not really that weird. That's kind of normal. And like, it could be a situation where like they're starting a young family. Like, because I don't know about you, but school can end at 17 here sometimes. So like, I'm not willing to pass.
16-year-olds should probably still not be getting pregnant.
Oh, I don't think it's not a good idea. But in terms of just like a rights conversation, I'm not willing to pass blanket judgment on 16. But I am on 10. Like yeah, 16 is the age of consent here. Exactly. So like, yes, obviously 16-year-olds can have kids if they want to. Age of consent 16, that's different. But one, we're talking about rape. Two, we're talking about 10 years old. It's a different conversation, okay? It's a different conversation.
Prepubescent woman. She doesn't have the facilities and development to fucking have a kid. Without, like... I can't imagine how anybody could fucking...
Okay, hold on.
Think that's okay.
I'm going to explain this real quickly, okay? Swordmaid just says, Dev, please, keep claiming there was a time limit, even though the exemption law is an exemption to the time limit. Okay, that's fair. So I want to bring this up again so you know exactly what I'm saying, okay? Here. I will make... There's going to be no more... What's the word I'm looking for? No more claims that I'm being bad faith or whatever. I'm going to tell you exactly what I mean, okay? Okay, so... Here is the exemptions. We looked at this earlier. Ohio law prohibits a person from knowingly and purposely performing or inducing an abortion after a fetal heartbeat has been detected, which is typically around 6 weeks. Exemption 1 is if there's the physician performs a medical procedure designated to or intended to prevent the death of the pregnant woman. So this is the life of the mother is in danger. Exemption 2, presence of a fetal heartbeat, the method used does not reveal a fetal heartbeat. So for these two reasons, you can get an abortion after 6 weeks. Okay, fair enough. All right. So if it's any other reason, it's 6 weeks or less, generally, depending on fetal heartbeat. However, for these two reasons, it can be after 6 weeks. I am steel manning your argument. Just let me get through this, okay? So okay. I'm going to scroll back up just so I know exactly what you said. Dev, please keep claiming there was a time limit, even though the exemption law is an exemption to the time limit. Okay. The time limit exemption only applies to these two situations. So, let's say, for example, that this 10-year-old is past 6 weeks, and then this 10-year-old goes to a doctor, and the doctor says, you know what? I don't think you're actually, for some reason, the doctor says, I don't think that you're actually in any kind of danger here. Well, now the 10-year-old is past the point where the time limit would be lifted for this exemption, because the exemption no longer applies. So if you think that might happen, even if it wouldn't happen, if you think it might, you would be incentivized to try and avoid that possibility by going to a different state. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Or a doctor might say, oh, if I perform this abortion now, this law isn't clear. The law doesn't specifically make exceptions for rape or the age of the mother. So the law is a bit iffy here, because what if a judge can make the argument that, oh no, they're not at risk of death?
The doctor who examined her said she qualifies for the exemption. That didn't happen. Stop lying. Okay. So if that is the case,
They have to provide proof, though. If the doctor examined and said they qualified, the AG still says no. It doesn't cover it.
Let's see. We're gonna check it out. We're gonna check it out. So, the Ohio State Attorney General, Dave Yost, said that the girl didn't need to leave the state for an abortion. Oh, God damn it, there's a fucking paywall. Hold on. Archive.org. Let's see. We're going to examine this together, chat. Okay. Let's read this together. Let's see. What Ohio abortion law says about a 10-year-old rape victim. Well, you can't see that, can you, Lilith? Hold on. Hold on. I should be able to bring it in. Now you should see it. Okay. The conservative effort to cast a story about a pregnant 10-year-old rape victim as a hoax has now fallen apart, with confirmation of the case arriving Wednesday. Okay, this is the part where some people were saying, like, it's a fake story. I'm sure everyone in the chat has moved off that. We all agree it actually happened. Okay, we don't need to talk about that anymore. All right. As attention now turns to the reality of the case and what it means, something else that Yost claimed on Monday on Fox News is that the girl didn't actually have to leave Ohio to seek the abortion in Indiana. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Ohio's heartbeat law has a medical emergency exemption broader than just the life of the mother. This young girl, if she exists, and if this horrible thing actually happened to her, breaks my heart to think about it. She did not have to leave Ohio to find treatment. Okay. Lars, some people in the chat said that it has, okay? And listen, I'm not saying that you have to automatically believe. I'm just saying, like, until you know, you don't got to talk about it, man. Like, it's dumb to give a take on something that you don't completely understand. No, that's not true. Sometimes you have to. But, like, no one's forcing you to tweet. No one's putting a fucking gun to your head and being like, you must tweet that this girl never existed. Like, calm down a little bit, okay? Like, for the most part, like sometimes it's prudent to give a take, but most times it's not. All right. Okay. So anyway, Yost is arguing that Ohio's law, which bans almost all abortions after heartbeat can be detected, isn't actually so stringent that it would actually force a 10-year-old victim to carry a child to term. Okay. Yost's meaning wasn't entirely clear, and his office hasn't yet responded to a request for elaboration. Some took his comment as claiming that Ohio has a rape exemption in its abortion ban. It clearly and unambiguously does not. The applicable law allows abortions after a fetal heartbeat is detected to prevent the death of the pregnant woman or to prevent a serious risk of the substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman. Now, I think this is the applicable law here. Ohio Revised Code. So we'll actually look at the law itself. Yeah, we'll look at this in a second. There's the actual law. Okay. Yost didn't say there was a rape exemption. He was apparently arguing that a 12-year-old would qualify under one of those actual exemptions. Probably the latter one, given that it's the one that's broader than just the life of the mother. That would be to prevent a serious risk of the substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function. Okay. While his office hasn't provided clarity, some have wagered that a pregnant 10-year-old would trigger that exemption. This is what the chat is saying, all right? As far as I understand it, this is what the chat is saying, okay? You're saying that a pregnant 10-year-old would trigger this exemption to prevent a serious risk of the substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman, okay? No. Dev was no, Jesus Christ, I wasn't chanting I'm right over and over. I'm saying that I don't believe this logic, all right? I don't believe that a 10-year-old automatically qualifies under this exemption. That's what I'm saying, okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
Lots
feel
of-
like the law
yeah.
has enough wiggle room and vagueness to it, where it's
Yes.
like serious, irreversible, substantial harm, and like one can make the arguments that she'll suffer that,
Yeah.
but then a judge could say, oh, she won't suffer irreversible harm. She might suffer temporary harm or something.
Right. See, I don't think that this, like, here. So let's just keep reading. Let's just keep reading. Okay. So,
yeah.
An opinion piece at the conservative Washington Examiner. This piece has like a liberal slant, obviously, but still. Even if a girl gets her first period at 10 or younger, she likely has not developed a pelvis capable of safely carrying a pregnancy to term, let alone delivering a live baby. Although most conservatives may disagree with Ohio's 6-week abortion ban, failing to include a rape and incest exemption, just about nobody of note in the pro-life movement would ever favor denying an abortion where a pregnancy seriously imperils the life and physical health of the mother. So, that's just contrary to the original story. The girl was evidently not taken to Indiana because Ohio law bans such a procedure. Okay. Something else from Titanium. Thank you, Titanium, Titanium. Thanks for sending over the links, by the way. What else is this? What else did you send us here? The Ohio Attorney General's office issued the following legal explainer regarding the exemptions to Ohio's heartbeat law. Let's see. Let's read it together, chat. Can you see that? You have to zoom in a little bit. Zooming doesn't seem to help. Okay, so Ohio's heartbeat law appears in section 2919. Okay. It does not allow performing or inducing an abortion without first checking for a heartbeat. It does not allow for an abortion after a heartbeat is detected. There is no time limit on the heartbeat law. The statute contains 3 exemptions, though they are not labeled as such. One, to prevent the death of the mother. The second, due to a serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the mother. And third, in cases of an ectopic pregnancy. Okay. I know people on the left like to say that the Republicans never put in exceptions for ectopic pregnancies. The actual truth is Republicans do it all the time. That's kind of a cope from the left. They do it all the time. Okay. Subsection B makes the law inapplicable to a physician who performs or induces the abortion if the physician believes that a medical emergency, as defined in section 2919.16, okay. A medical emergency is a condition that, in the physician's good faith medical judgment, based upon the facts known to the physician at the time, so complicates the woman's pregnancy as to necessitate the immediate performance or inducement of an abortion in order to prevent the death of the pregnant woman, or to avoid a serious risk of the substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman that delay in the performance or inducement of the abortion would create. So, later on, they define serious risk of the substantial and irreversible impairment of major bodily function to mean any medically diagnosed condition that so complicates the pregnancy of a woman as to directly or indirectly cause a substantial and... Hold on. I'm almost done. A medically diagnosed condition that constitutes a serious risk of the substantial irreversible... Okay. Includes pre-eclampsia, inevitable abortion, and premature rupture of the membranes. It may include, but is not limited to, diabetes and multiple sclerosis, and does not include a condition related to the woman's mental health. Please note that the list of conditions is an illustration, and more conditions that otherwise meet the definition may be applicable. Whether these exemptions apply to a particular case depends on the facts of that case. So no, there does not seem to be anything specifically saying that she is young. Okay? There does not seem to be anything specifically saying that this case applied. It seems to be up in the air. Okay?
Yeah.
And so...
in the replies, there's a lawyer arguing that the language is so vague that no physician could perform
let's see it.
an abortion.
Actual lawyers who practice law without pushing their personal religious agendas say no. So let's see. This is a former federal prosecutor. He's a legal analyst for TV and print. He hosts a podcast. Okay. This language is designed to be so vague that no physician could perform an abortion without being concerned about legal liability. On paper, politicians can say there are exceptions to an abortion ban, but practically, a doctor performing an abortion risks legal liability. Okay. So...
And that's valid argument.
It seems to be up in the air as to whether or not a 10-year-old child, just by virtue of being 10 years old and having no other complications, would be exempt and able to get an abortion in Ohio by this law, which, by the way, is what I have been saying this entire time.
Yeah. There's not a clear exemption, and that's the problem. And there's enough vaguity. There's enough to be left to question, whereas one attorney general could disagree with another on it, on whether the exemption applied or not. So,
well, someone's asking how we make it less vague.
Maybe there's something wrong with the law itself.
Someone's asking, someone's asking in the chat, how would you make it less vague? Easy. Have an exception based on age. You know, if you are lower than the age of consent for that state, you should be able to get an abortion for any reason whatsoever. There you go. Ba-dum-bum. Done. And that's reasonable. All right?
Yeah, exactly. Add an exemption for rape and incest and age.
Yes, I get it. I get it, guys. Tiny body. I get it. But everyone who's analyzing this that I'm finding online, they're all saying that that's not necessarily enough. Remember, even if a girl gets her first period at 10 or younger, she has not developed a pelvis capable of safely carrying a pregnancy to term, let alone delivering a live baby. Okay, yes, but it still doesn't specifically say that. All right? Okay, so hold on. Guys. Are you saying, chat, just to understand here, is it the case that, I assume it's not the case in your opinion, but let's follow the logic to its natural conclusion. Is it the case that for 10-year-olds who are still petite, and therefore it's a risk for them that they should be able to get an abortion, but 10-year-olds who developed early and have wide hips, they shouldn't have access to one? Is that what we're talking about here? I don't know, dude. I think that might be a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Titanium says the problem is the Ohio Attorney General verified this after the controversy happened. We have no idea if they would have approved it if they went through the normal channels. Yes. And
Yeah.
that was my point too, is that if they felt like they were pressed for time and they didn't want to wait for some kind of verification, they would just go to the next state over. And if they have to do that, then there's something wrong with Ohio's law.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
There's
that's what
not
I'm
enough exemptions.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
our main
Agreed.
contention. There's not enough.
Yeah. And in my opinion, the law is not good in this case. Okay? Dev, are you saying here that it's normal for a doctor to say there won't be medical complications and dangers for a 10-year-old to give birth? You know, I don't know what normal is anymore because over the years I have seen doctors actually say that sort of thing. And I've seen many people say that sort of thing over the years. I have been following the abortion conversation for like 20 years at this point. I've heard it all by at least one person. So nothing surprises me anymore, dude. Hold on. What do you mean press for time? They took over 6 weeks. Well, I mean, it generally takes about 4 weeks to discover if you're pregnant or not. Sometimes a little bit more. How about not having sex with children? Agreed. We are completely on the same page with that one.
Yes. Yes.
Wait.
Chad, yes.
No Pants Baby says, can the law be better? Sure. It can ban all abortion ever. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. I am happy with the safe, legal, and rare compromise. I am happy with like elective abortions up to like 16 to 20 weeks. I think this is ridiculous. And I think that this has gone way too fucking far. And Ohio should... Okay, here, you know what? Here, how about this? How about this? If Ohio's exemptions were more clearly stated, this wouldn't have been an issue at all, right? They could have just said, okay, listen, if you were raped, you can get an abortion. Don't worry about it. If you're underage, you can get an abortion. Don't worry about it. We can have good faith restrictions for people who are just adults being sluts. Okay, you can have that conversation. But for these instances, you're too young, you were raped, it's incest, you're gonna die. Make it clearer. Make it clearer. But they didn't. And so this is a moment where, I don't even think it's necessarily it's the right going too
Stop
far.
coping and take the L, really.
I don't think that this is the right going too far. I think this is ultimately the right not fully thinking through what's going to happen, and then being like, oh well, this isn't our fault. And it's like, yes, it is. This one's your fault. This one's your fault. Yeah.
Yeah. They chose to not write an exemption to age and incest.
Yep. It could have been in there, and they didn't. Should people be allowed to get an abortion for genetic defects? Yes. Yes. You know what? Okay. Here, Lilith, I'll give you a hot take that I know you're not going to like. If we find the trans gene and we know that being trans is genetically determined, you should be allowed to get an abortion to prevent a trans child from being born.
Is that a position you hold?
Yes. Because I'm pro-choice. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, I'm
not up to birth. No, I think I think by 4 months, by 4.5 months, maybe you figured it the fuck out. You know what you should be doing. After that, you're locked in. Anyway, yes.
I feel like that'd be a pretty dumb reason to abort a baby, just like how I think it's dumb when a feminist decides to abort your male child.
Okay, well, here. Yeah. We're talking about what you should be allowed to do, not what's right or what's moral. It'd be stupid, but you should be allowed to do it. Yes.
Yes, it's all right. Just like how there's many reasons you could disagree with a person's reasons for abortion, but
yes,
like ultimately,
Dev just turned Lilith pro-life.
No, that's not. I was just saying it's a dumb reason. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you know, like honestly, yeah. If you want to abort the gay kids, go ahead. I don't fucking care. It's your choice. It's your choice. Up to a point. I think that okay. Here, see, I think all of this conversation surrounding abortion is all honestly just meaningless fluff. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. What actually matters is, at what point should we start valuing life? Because if you don't value life at some point, then there's no moral weight to aborting it, okay? And it seems like the thing that we value is the conscious experience of being a human. That seems to be what's important. And preserving that conscious experience. So that's why, for example, you can't kill someone who falls asleep, right? Because, well, they had a conscious experience before, and they're going to have it again when they wake up. So even though it's been temporarily interrupted, you can't just kill them, right? And the conscious experience of a human seems to begin at around 16 weeks, sometimes a little bit later, depending on who we're talking about. Like, okay, valuing life at conception is retarded. Because what that means is, for example, in an IVF clinic where you have 50 frozen embryos and only a few of them get implanted into women, because you have to basically play the numbers game when you're doing IVF.
Are we keeping people in fridges?
Are those all people? Like, no, they're obviously not. They're intuitively not people. That's kind of a ridiculous point of view. So for me, the brain starts generating. The brain is set in place enough to have a real conscious experience at like around 16 weeks old, 16 to 20. That's when we should start banning abortion from that point on, unless absolutely necessary. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Embryos will have a conscious experience that you're depriving them of. Yes, they will have, but they're not. And just because you will have a thing that you currently don't have does not. It's not. There's not the same moral consideration there. You know, like a seed is not yet a flower. You don't look at a seed and be like, oh, what a pretty flower. Look at it smells really nice. No. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. It does not matter. Yeah, it does not matter that it will develop. Dev is saying that we should disconnect all comatose people. Well, partially, yes, because like the reason that we keep some comatose people alive and some people we actually don't keep them alive is because there's a reasonable chance that some people will come back.
Alive,
yeah. Some people will come back.
Or technology might improve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like if there's like no fucking chance that someone comes back alive, like they're just fucking gone, then yeah, disconnect them. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm actually okay with that. Dev is wrong because he won't.
Actually left up to the families.
Dev is wrong because he won't play Shadow the Hedgehog on expert mode.
You mean you've never gotten a true ending in Shadow the Hedgehog?
I actually did. I actually got all the 10 like different endings. All the routes. Fucked, it sucked doing that.
Me too. I did it when I was like 13 or something.
Dev going. Sorry. Well, here's the thing. Sorry, Grandma. YouTuber said that I could choose. Yeah, I mean, yes, because like, why do you think we have do not resuscitate orders, dude? People sign DNRs saying that they don't want to be revived if they like. This shit's normal. Like, have you guys never cared for somebody who's like at the end of their life?
Yeah, like yeah, like I've literally had an uncle, like not blood related, but like a friend of my dad.
Mm-hmm.
He got into. I knew him as a kid, and he was really nice to me. And this is a bit sad, but he got in a fight one day with his wife, and he stormed out and he rode on his motorcycle and he got into an accident and he crashed and he turned into a vegetable. And eventually they had to let him go because he wasn't coming back.
Yep.
So
that shit happens, man. That shit happens.
It sucks. It happens.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Okay, God, you guys.
I don't know what the point is.
No, the chat isn't. Oh God, the chat isn't understanding what I'm saying.
Open and see
okay,
everything.
what I'm saying is the continuation of a conscious experience is what we are valuing when we value life, when we consider that life has rights. It's clearly not necessarily a part of your body because, you know, if you get your arm chopped off, it sucks, but you haven't lost your humanity. Like, chopping off someone's arm isn't the same as murdering them. All right, we're valuing the conscious experience, And the brain cannot generate that conscious experience until a certain level of development. So before that, abortion seems to be morally permissible. After that, it seems to not be morally permissible. All right? That seems to be the case of what's going on. And so, if you have a conscious experience and you say, fall asleep, you can't be killed because you still want that conscious experience to be preserved when you wake up, even though you're currently unconscious and it doesn't seem like you're actually alive because you're asleep, right? So it's the preservation of that continuing conscious experience that we value when we say that we value life. That's what we're protecting. That is the quality of a human that we are protecting, okay? They will have that experience without interference. Yeah, but will have is not the same thing as has. Okay?
You don't know that, though. Like, not every pregnancy results in a birth either.
Yeah, but that doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter, though, because will have is not the same thing as has. A thing that will become another thing is not yet that other thing. All right? So a seed is not a flower, even if you plant it and it becomes a flower. Okay? I mean that's just obvious, you know. They're like,
acorn is not a tree until it becomes a tree.
You know, the pile of building materials is not yet a house until I build it. You know, like things that might I'll be more specific. Things that will have moral consideration in the future do not have moral consideration now. Okay?
In a future tense, maybe, but not now.
Hold on. Yeah. Why is it not the same as doves have? Okay, guys. Here, guys. I just want you to tell me this. Name one other thing in life where we consider something that does not yet have a quality to have that quality. Name one other thing. Like anything. Is there anything? Wait, if the seed is already planted, then it's a flower. No, it's not. It's a seed in the ground.
Yeah, we literally brought that up, and acorn is not a tree.
Every sperm is sacred. Wait, trans people. Wait, Lilith. Wait. The most broad definition of self-ID is actually philosophically in line with the pro-life position. Think about it. Okay, so you know how there are some people who are like, you know, I was always trans. I was always a woman. I never, like that kind of line because I just didn't know it, but I was always that thing. That's the same logic as it's life from conception. It's going back. Yes, it is. Because life, because now.
No, but maybe it's like when people say that, it usually mean they had dysphoria or feelings that they were the different gender before they actually transitioned. That's usually what they mean by that.
Think about it.
It still means they're mentally they're that gender.
So people say often, like,
even if physically they haven't transitioned yet.
People will say that like a zygote has the potential to become conscious in the future, so we should value them as if they are. So that same logic actually works for people who haven't transitioned yet. They will transition in the future, so we should consider them as to have always been trans. Like, it's Lilith's pro-life position.
I don't think they're equivocal, Dev.
Yes. Wait, no, hold on. Dev makes Lilith detransition live. The best part about this conversation is that no matter what side you're on, I'm just making people angry.
I don't know why you brought the trans thing up.
Just because I'm just realizing that like we cannot consider a thing to have a quality just because it will or even just might have that quality in the future, because those are not the same
I don't
thing,
disagree,
right?
but
Yeah.
I mean, what I mean is like, I don't think it's the same. Whereas like a person who could be trans but they haven't transitioned yet, they could have many reason to, but
How about this? How about this?
they still have gender dysphoria, and if they went to a doctor with that gender dysphoria described it to them, and they would probably get this prescribed.
Well, what if you didn't have gender dysphoria?
It's not self ID. It's very different.
What if somebody didn't have gender dysphoria until puberty started? Were they always trans then?
I think like gender dysphoria can manifest because of puberty, because the body's changes, like different things can cause gender dysphoria. I'd still say if they're like mentally they're the different gender, then yeah, they would probably be classified that.
Oh god. Okay. 9Axle5 is falling into the trap. If Dev is sleeping, he can be killed since he's not conscious. No, because the preservation of the ongoing conscious experience is what we're talking about when we say that we value life. So because I'm going to wake up, you can't kill me while I'm asleep. That's the difference there. Is that there's an ongoing conscious experience that wants to be preserved. Now, a zygote, a few weeks old, there's no ongoing conscious experience there. The conscious experience hasn't started until around 16 to 20 weeks. So that's the difference in that conversation.
Anyways,
I'm having a lot of fun, Lilith. I don't know about you. I'm trolling the fuck out of the chat. And listen, I don't think outside of natural chance that child in the womb will develop. Yeah, but developing is not the same thing as having developed. A child is not an adult just because a child will one day be an adult. All right, they're different things. Just because there's potential there does not mean that we treat them as the same thing.
And they'll develop under certain circumstances. They won't like develop if certain variables were changed. Like if the mother doesn't have enough diet, or she could like have any reasons for kids to not be conceived.
Well, Rory says that a conscious experience is not the same thing as life. I actually disagree with that. I think that when we say that we value life and life has rights, I think what we're referring to is the conscious experience, because you could lose a bunch of your body parts and you'd still, as long as you have the conscious experience, you still have rights, right? Like, like you're not suddenly like less than human if you lose your arm, you know what I mean? So it seems like when we say that we value life, we're saying that we value a conscious experience that is ongoing. Okay, I can make serious arguments, but the trolling is when I'm just like, hey, Lilith, did you know that self-ID is the same thing as being pro-life? Like that's the trolling. That's the trolling. But like the serious argument is that we value an ongoing conscious experience, and that's what a life is. That position that I hold is not a troll. That's my actual position.
You value consciousness.
Yes.
It's the continuation of it.
Life exists without thought. What about bacteria? You get life before you get consciousness. Well, okay. Well, then you shouldn't. If that's how you define life, then you shouldn't be killing bacteria, right? Because you value life. Like that just sounds that sounds absurd. That sounds absurd. Yeah. If you value life equals consciousness, then you lose again to the murder in your sleep argument. No, because it's specifically ongoing consciousness. That's what we're valuing, because we are our sense of self is a forward moving thing through time. And
yeah, you don't stop being conscious just because you're asleep.
Well, you do. You actually do. Like you fall asleep for 8 hours,
well,
right? But because
you don't lose like your mind. Your mind is still there.
Well,
in some form.
Well, the objection seems to be that because you wake up, that there's still an ongoing consciousness. Like if you fall asleep and never wake up again, you're just asleep eternally and nothing can wake you up, then it's probably morally permissible to kill you. Because that's what a coma that you never wake up from is, right? But like the fact that it's reasonable to believe that you will wake up again means that there is an ongoing conscious experience that would be interrupted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Hold on. But you haven't woken up, friend. If you haven't woken up, then how do we know you'll wake up? Well, wake me up and see if I wake up. Shake me. It's not hard to figure out, dude.
Pour some water on him. It's just like ice cold. Hey, wake up, Dev.
Okay. Should we move on to the supers?
Sure.
I think it's probably time. Listen, chat, just because we disagree and we have really fun arguments doesn't mean that I dislike all of you, even if you might be wrong. Okay? We're still friends here. The whole point of this channel is that we can have these disagreements and still come together at the end and be okay with each other. If you're actually like getting angry or coping, that's probably a bit much. Okay?
Yeah. Like, big deal if like some internet personality people disagree with you.
The whole point
hey,
of
where's this?
yeah.
People are gonna disagree.
Yeah, the whole point of this channel is that we can have these conversations and not come out of it hating each other, but actually respecting each other a little bit more. So,
I can hate the guy who was like telling me that 10-year-olds having kids was okay.
Yeah, that guy's a bit fucked, eh?
I got it. This is like the first time in a while I got legitimately pissed off.
Okay, let's read the
I've been
supers.
miffed, but like not pissed off like that.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna go through the supers. Where is...
But most of you guys, if you're just disagreeing, that's fine. Okay? But hey.
Ready to go?
Yep, ready to go.
Let's go. Spartan Killer 456 for $10. While I do agree that the right needs to be criticized, comparing teaching kids about gun safety in a country where it's absolutely necessary to knowing that the teacher is grooming kids was pretty cringe. I mean, fair enough. That's a comment on my OK Groomer video, but that's why I expect. Yeah, okay. You haven't seen that yet, have you? You need to watch it, Lilith.
I've seen parts of it. I've seen parts of it, but it's just like, jeez, like who has the time?
There was parts of that stream at the end where I pointed out like there's like a lot of hypersexualization on the right, where like little babies are like wearing shirts that have like sexualized slogans on them, or there's like the father-daughter virginity stuff. Like there's some weird shit. You know, the child pageants. Like the deep south. The deep south has some fucking weird traditions, and I'm just like I know.
There's also like laws where it's legal to bury off minors or some shit.
Yeah, it's. Ooh, I don't know. I don't. So I went into that at the end. Yeah. Spartan Killer 456 for $5. You're still cool in my book. Just because I don't agree with you and everything doesn't mean I think you're bad. I don't agree with anyone 100%. Well, thank you. Thank you.
That's a spirit.
Yeah. Tonushi, €5. Normal is what everyone else is, and you are not. However, corruptors like those taking little kids to Pride deserve to kneel at the edge of a pit. I mean, I've seen enough shit coming out of Pride parades at this point, enough like weird sexualized, that I'm very much done with the whole let's expose children to this unique, wholesome subculture. It's like no.
My
I don't
position
think so.
on kink at Pride, I want to make very clear.
Mm-hmm.
It has always been. You can have kink at Pride, or you can have children at Pride, but not both.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
Not both. You can't have both at the same time.
Dev would get massacred by someone remotely competent on the topic of killing kids in the womb. He hasn't thought through anything on the topic, and he destroys the position himself. No, I haven't. My position hasn't been destroyed whatsoever. I'm saying that what we value in when we say life is an ongoing, conscious experience. All right? Ongoing plays an important role there. It has to have already begun. And it also has to have a reasonable expectation of continuing. That's why you can't kill someone in their sleep, and that's why you can have an abortion, between 16 to 20 weeks.
That's why you can
there you
pull
go.
a plug
There it is.
on somebody who's a vegetable.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
not inconsistent.
It's not
I don't see any.
inconsistent.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, it has. You just didn't read. Listen, Kyle, I read the comments, but I can't reply to all of them. And a lot of them are not good arguments. Sorry. Dev, chat completely destroyed you. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? Here. I'm looking at the chat right now. My full attention is on the chat. Give me the arguments. Go. 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 Dev, you're just wrong and your position is untenable. You're attempting to bend the rules to your favor. No, and that's not a criticism. Yes, it is inconsistent. That's not a criticism. That's just you stating your opinion. If the doctors say they will wake up, they just need care and time. Dev's position on conscious continuation would make it acceptable to murder the newborn. No, it wouldn't, because the newborn is conscious, and that consciousness will continue. That's not. What's next? Where else? Hold on. The chat scrolled. Shit. Hold on. Let me scroll back up. I'm trying to read everything. I'm reading everything right now, guys. Dev is wrong. Chat is wrong. I'm wrong. Lilith is wrong. Everything's wrong. Okay. I'm still reading. Chat humbled you. Dev BTFO'd. Chat has the best comments, the best arguments. Dev's a poopy pants. Where's the arguments? I'm reading. Okay, here's one. You don't have to have something to value it. Okay, I understand your position. Like you can value the thing that you haven't bought yet. Yes, but we are talking about something different. All right, we are talking about when does life begin, and by when does life begin? When does a person start to have rights? That's what we're talking about here. All right, it's that you're using the words to have a different conversation. Okay. Your argument on killing someone in their sleep contradicts itself because you obligated us to wake you up. No. What I'm saying is, it's not that you have to wake me up. What I'm saying is, because there's a reasonable expectation that I will wake up, and also that there's at least some level of consciousness when I'm asleep. But even you can put that aside even as well. The fact that I have an ongoing conscious experience. So there was an experience before I fell asleep, and there will be an experience after I wake up. That's the ongoing part. With a fetus that is not yet developed enough, there is no pre-experience. There may be a post-experience that comes later, but there is no pre-experience to preserve. All right? So that's the difference between a zygote or a very young fetus and a sleeping person. That's the difference. Okay? I'm trying to. The chat keeps scrolling. I keep losing. Okay. Dev is coping and seething. Every leaf is incorrect. Dev realizing he accidentally cultivated a community of virtually only rightoids. I thought we used to all be close to the center on both sides. Hey, listen, anyone can watch me. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about that. It's not going to affect how I view things. If my entire chat is full of rightoids, I'm not going to suddenly start saying only rightoid positions to make him happy. I'll say what I want to say. Dev's coping and seething. Chat wins, absolutely. Okay. Let's see. Desmond looks like he's a Canadian. The unborn had property rights in the Middle Ages. That's okay. That's a historical precedent, but it's not what we're talking about. You obligated us to wake you up to confirm that you were going to wake up. Okay, that was a joke. All right. What I'm actually talking about here is the continuation of a previously existing conscious experience, which is not the case with a zygote or a fetus. Chat humbled you in the moment. You're asking us to dial back out through 20 minutes. No, I'm asking you to post your argument. And how could I have been humbled if I didn't see it?
Jeez.
Hold on. So consciousness just snaps into being once air touches the baby? No, not at all, because I don't believe in abortion up to birth. Like I said, 16 to 20 weeks. At that point, after that, no abortions unless there's like a serious complication. All right?
Devil. I'm sorry for your chat. Just that you have so many people seething.
Okay, your valuing conscious experience doesn't mean that that's what everyone values. We do value life, even at conception. I'm not saying that we care about it as much as a full-grown person, but we care enough. Okay, fair enough, Chairman Pooh Bear. I like your avatar. It's literally just Xi Jinping. Okay, but if that's the case, then you must believe that fertilized zygotes in a freezer are people. But I don't think anybody who's reasonable actually believes that. You know, if you know an IVF clinic burns down, you're not going to say that was 100,000 murders, obviously, right? Like this does not seem to be the case. I don't think anyone actually lives that logic to its logical conclusion. Unfortunately, Dev, I've drawed you as the soy jack and me as the Chad. You have already lost this fight.
That sounds a lot like the chat is humble to devil.
Okay, listen. It's 5 o'clock, guys. I got to get the fuck out of here and do something else with my night. I got to get through these super chats, okay? All right. Dev saying kids in the womb at 16 is a go, but 8 months is way too far is self-evidently asinine and untenable. Okay, self-evident is not an argument. Just simply saying it is because it is not an argument. That's not convincing me. Okay? Zygotes frozen are like people in stasis. Okay, hold on. Zen Man. Dev, you ignored my argument several times. This is the last one. This is the last one. I am laser focused on the chat. Zen Man, post your argument. Go.
If you want Dev to reach your opinion, tip. Super chat.
Okay, Zen Man. No, I am only focused on Zen Man. Post your argument. I'm watching.
Zen Man is the only freebie left.
I'm watching. Go. I'm out of coffee. Shit. Okay. Go. Zen Man. I'm giving you this freebie. Post the argument that I missed. Do it. I understand if he's talking. If he's talking. If he's typing. Hold on. It's already illegal to abort a child if you are not the mother. What the fuck is that, Zen Man? I waited for that. Hold on. It is already illegal to abort a child if you are not the mother. We're talking about when it becomes morally permissible and or not permissible to abort. What?
Weak. These are the supposedly the chat that's owning you, Dev. I'm not impressed.
Safety Zuna says, I am metaphorically shaking Dev's hand and walking away with no hard feelings.
So I love hard things. Things are going good.
All right,
and just here.
All right,
and
all right,
having fun.
all right. That's enough. That's enough. All right, that's enough. Safety Zoom, you've been watching me for years. I appreciate you. It's okay if we have disagreements on this. You're still a good guy in general, and so is everyone else. Even if I disagree with you, we're still all good people. We're still all friends here. Don't be mean to Zen Man, okay? Don't be mean to him. Okay, guys.
Sorry, I was mean to him. My bad. Zen Man, you're fine.
And safety zoom, you're fine too. Even if we disagree, it's okay. Dev destroyed by Zenman's amazing argumentation skills. See you later, Goddess Valkyrie. Thanks for being here, baby. Is Goddess Valkyrie gone? I think she has a crush on you, Lilith. I've heard a few things through the grapevine. Okay.
Really?
Yes. Okay. So, let's continue reading. Let's continue reading the super chats. Sanenko for $2. Let Florida be straight. California is gay enough. Okay. Cool guy Aspie, $2. We have a big sect of alt-righters in the My Little Pony community. I remember hearing that, actually. All the bronies were actually fascists. Damn.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that. There's
My
like
Little
even like a
Pony.
fascist pony character and everything. She's with blonde hair and blue eyes and everything.
Based. Calvin Chow for $2.
Nazi ponies.
Calvin Chow for $2. The law is only being enforced in left counties in Florida. What do you mean?
Both are your feet touching devs in the tub. Yeah, no, that would be gay.
Wait, it'd be gay? I thought you were a woman.
Yeah, but it'd be gay in a gay
I'm
way.
not a woman,
You know
Lilith.
what I mean? Are you really?
Okay, what's next? 6760 is $2. We should have self-defense class
That's
in
okay,
schools.
Dev. We're not.
I agree with self-defense. I agree with self-defense classes in schools. Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like also, steel doors in schools, please. Like.
Yeah, but jet fuel can melt them.
That's true. No, I just don't get why Democrats or liberals are so hell-bent on like being against like safety measures in schools. Oh, kids shouldn't have to have that. It's just, but like in.
I think it's normalcy bias. I think it's normalcy
Yeah.
bias.
We protect our politicians. Why not protect our kids? Right?
No, here's the thing. I'm not super straight. No. I have no problem having sex with trans women as well as cis women. I'm okay with it.
You're gonna lead to more rumors, Dev. But that's fine. It's like
oh god, I just thought of like 3 different jokes that I know I can't say because you'll get mad at me. So we're just gonna.
No, say it. I don't want you to censor.
Nope.
Censor.
Nope. You will actually get mad at me, so we're not going to do it. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, tell me offline then.
I will tell you.
I want to hear it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you guys next video.
Oh yeah.
If I got mad or not. Or not. Or.
Horace Lupercal for $5. Where do you think the right will go? Fall back on boomer conservatism, or will the far right make gains? It seems like the right is nearly dead. Honestly, I do think this. It'll probably be less boomer conservatism because the neocons are on their way out, and more. It's going to be more like the dissident right types that I think are going to start becoming the mainstream of the Republican Party. Yeah.
Too bad for Fuentes though. His relative has been gotten into trouble lately.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Scarlet for $2. How do you feel about people dressing revealing around kids? It's bad, obviously.
It's bad.
Yep. Channel 6 for the amount, a random amount of Polish monies. If we discovered something in the brain that makes one trans and could change it, is it moral to go with how people feel as they are, or to fix it to their natural state?
I've answered this before. It should be up to individual choice.
What if they're too young? What if like they're babies and they like should the parents choose to fix them?
I feel like it should be up to the individual. I'm not comfortable with people tweaking people's brains.
I mean, I understand the point of view, But like if we had,
without the consent,
if we had
like
well, here's the thing, like if we had therapy, for example, to remove Down syndrome, let's say, but it had to be done when you were young. I think most parents would take that and probably feel fine about it.
But Down syndrome is like it hampers your intelligence, and it's like a serious thing. Whereas gender identity is something that's different. Well, it might be bad in some ways because of society's treatment or whatever.
Right.
But it's not always. I feel like we get into like the realm of like eugenics when we talk about tweaking people's brains without their consent. I'm not comfortable with circumcision.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm the same way.
People make the argument like I know you are the same way. Sorry, it's good that you're making clear what it's like.
Jano
people make the argument like people. Sorry, your circumcision has this benefit, that benefit, but like, why not let the individual choose, right?
Yeah, right. I know what you mean. Yeah, Jano66 for more Polish dollars. Didn't it come out that she would qualify for the abortion if she sought it in her state? What happened was some officials thought that she might qualify, but it was never clarified. Yeah, it was never clarified. Yeah. Silver Camaro 78, $5. It is and it isn't a hoax. The rape did happen, but leftists covered up the fact of who it was and who did it. Okay. I mean, yeah, there was obviously some funny business happening on the other side as well. Nobody wanted to talk about who this guy was at the initial bit. Nobody wanted to talk about the fact that he was an illegal. They wanted to make it into a conversation only about abortion and about how terrible abortion access is in Ohio. But it turns out that both sides were wrong on this one.
Yeah.
Rory the Romulan, $10. Thank you.
Should have been.
I think
more focus on how bad the rapist was and that stuff too.
$10. I think they're burying the lead on the Ohio story. I think we'll see more of these pop up where victims quietly used over-the-counter meds to abort and cover up instead of report their abuse. I mean, possibly. There's always been illicit ways to get abortions medically. They're not going to go away. So I think you're probably correct on that front. Tommy tampons for $50. Thank you very much, dude. The right got pulled into a trap by questioning it because they didn't wait for details and just called it fake. They could have had an exemption doctor sent to her to another state for a political victory, but it did happen. Right, thank you very much. Rusta Zero for $20. Thank you. We know that the abortion happened, and I'm not going to argue that. I think the point being made is that the abortion didn't have to be out of state, and the small details are being incorrectly reported, making this messy. I don't think it's settled whether or not it could have happened in state, but either way, I think if this is the problem that we're having, the law needs to be made more clear, and the obvious solution is to change Ohio's law, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Altris Oranus, $2. Dev, can a 10-year-old safely give birth? Okay, so that's a very extremist question. There's no nuance there. It's either a yes or no. So let's just, can a 10-year-old safely? Because if it's ever happened before, the answer is yes, at least sometimes. However, I'm going to assume...
I think it's happened at cases that's younger than 10 years old, too. It's possible.
Yeah.
And women have lived from that. It doesn't mean it's good, and it doesn't mean it should ever happen.
Agreed. We're not talking about the morality of the act here. We're talking about whether it's possible, right?
Yeah. I think they were talking about, if it's possible in, in relation to, the laws and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, here we go, February 1st, 1858, Elizabeth Drayton gave birth at 10 years, 8 months. The father was 15 to 17 years old. She gave birth naturally to a boy weighing 8 pounds after having been in labor for 2 to 3 days. Okay. There's a bunch.
So that's what I mean. Like a judge could have taken that and be like, "Hey, look at that. You didn't. That she wasn't in real danger.
So
of her life.
A person
and charge the doctors.
A woman, not a woman, a child in 1895, Annie H., 10 years, 1 month. She began her period at age 5, and she gave birth to a baby girl weighing 5 pounds at age 10. So, let's see. Annie Epps, 1910, gave birth to a girl weighing 6 pounds at the county hospital in Chicago. So, like, there's all of these instances of young girls giving birth. We're not talking about the morality of whether or not this should be happening. It clearly shouldn't be happening. But can it happen? Seems like yes.
Yeah. It seems like an argument could be made that it doesn't fall under exception using those cases.
Huh.
So it's like the law needs to be changed. Absolutely. I don't know why people are disagreeing with that. Wouldn't it be a good thing?
Yeah. So
add rape and age exceptions.
Yeah, exactly.
Really? Why are we even arguing this?
Yeah. So chat. You're all saying. Okay, hold on. Chat. You're all saying that. No. I mean, not you're all. Chat. Those of you in the chat who are having this conversation with us, you are saying that this exemption would have covered the 10-year-old getting pregnant scenario. Okay. Do you think it should cover it? Because if you think it should, then there's actually no inconsistencies with you saying that there should be a more direct exemption. Right? Right?
That's what you would think.
Right? So so Vape Smoker, for example, says yes. So it should cover. And Brent says yes. Lars says yes. Okay, so then for you, an addendum to the Ohio law that says abortion is allowed past the 6-week period if the pregnant person is, a young girl or something along those lines. Then that should be no problem, right? It doesn't go against what you want, right?
You would think. Hopefully.
Yeah. Add an under 16? Sure. Okay, we agree. Ohio should get the law reworded and it should cover the 10-year-old. Yeah, we agree with that. Yeah. Right. Zenman says it shouldn't. Well, we disagree, Zenman, and that sounds kind of crazy to me. Yeah. Tell us more about the wide-hip 10-year-old, Devs. Well, by golly, I can go on a big, long rant about those giant hips on those 10-year-olds.
Oh, okay, Destiny. All right, Steve Bono.
Okay, let's keep going. Schnitzel.
Jesus, Dev, those Destiny jokes are gonna get you out of getting trouble.
I'm clearly joking. Okay.
I know you are, but holy shit.
So, Schnitzel for $2. Fight fire with fire. Rape the rapist. Based. Do it. That's what we should do. Rape the rapists. Brain for $2. Brain's been raging in the chat. Brain for $2. 10-year-olds have health concerns. You knob. Brain for $5. Herder. What if I took away all the bad stuff in my example, chat? This is dumb. All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Altris Uranus for $5. The right not believing that the story was true at first was ridiculous. Gee, it's not like the media gaslights us at every turn. That's true. The media is, trust in the media is all-time low for a good reason. But like, if you didn't believe it, you should have just like waited a bit. Like just, and you know what? Most people did wait a bit. Like just chill out. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I want to compare people like this to people who like, when a shooting comes out and they're like, it's a white male that did it, or it's a Muslim immigrant. It's like without any proof coming out, and then without exception, they always turn out to be idiots. at least half of them. And it's just like, why not just wait? What's wrong with you?
It's like, God, you have there's people on the left who are like,
I don't
please.
believe in the media, but that's no reason for you to spout bullshit.
It's really funny because like there's people who are like, there's people who are just like, please let the shooter be white. Please let the shooter be white. Please let the shooter be white. They're just like praying.
Yeah, there's definitely always a lot of people doing that every time.
Okay. Let's see. Volk Kolopatrin for $10. Thank you. Idiots that say that Dev is wrong can't argue their way out of a paper bag. It's their ego. It's them thinking they are more clever than they are. They are just like leftoids. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Lars, I'm fucking watching the chat. I'm not ignoring it. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. I'm not ignoring points that I can't refute. I can refute them, but you're not making any points that I can't refute. I've refuted them, dude. I've given you so many fucking chances. All right? So chill. Press 6 if Lilith should empreg Dev. No. No. Sorry, Lilith, but no.
Nah, no worries. You're not exactly my empregging type.
Brain, $2. Dev is a super chat ignoring bitch. I'm reading him now, dude. Okay, Janok66.
We were doing a segment.
Yep.
And
hey, listen, he gave us $2 for literally nothing, so I'll take it.
Hey, well, thanks for $2.
Wait, what's all the sixes for? I don't know what's going on. I don't understand the sixes. What's going on? Am I being trolled here for something? Okay, hold on. Janok66 for 25 Polishes. I'll explode the chat, Dev. While right might be currently morally correct, desire for confirmation and going by just the headlines is on similar levels. Yes, I agree. The right has those problems as well. Brain for $5. Dev and the Chipmunk Girl, I assume that's you.
Hi.
Your own presentation of the case states they didn't even try to get it done in Ohio. They were advised to go to another state. Yes, because if there was some kind of delay or some kind of problem, they didn't want to deal with it. I agree. Don't empreg Dev, he'd just kill it. Based. Insane.
I really get addicted to abortion stuff. Shout your abortion. Fucking hell.
Insane hippie insane for $20. The girl should be covered in Ohio under the harm exemption. The known problems that occur from giving birth that young. The toll on the body can kill both and cause long-term health problems. That just seems logical to me. I mean, yes, but it's too vague and they should directly include it. So, that was my point, is that it should be directly included.
Yep.
Okay. O. Schmidt for $5. Dev, you just played a video of the chief prosecutor of Ohio saying no one had reported the event as of his appearing on Fox. Right, which is why they should have waited a bit. Okay, that's all. Brain, $2. The right isn't a monolith either, centrist. Thanks, Brain. Now, I agree. The right is also not a monolith. I'm not treating the right as a monolith either.
We never did.
Silver Camaro 78 for $5. My opinion is this. The girl should be allowed to get it. It is still murder, but she isn't the murderer. The man should be charged with rape and homicide. Oof. That's a spicy take. But okay. I mean, I don't care about the rapist, so whatever.
Yeah, fuck him.
Brain for $2. Read super chats already, you spineless land barge. Brain for $2. I give up. Take the super chats and die in a fire. I will, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the money.
Hakapolita for €5. If you believe that the fetus is a baby, just bite the bullet. Rape doesn't equal right to murder. What age does the state have the right to murder a person? Yep, that's true. Like if you truly believe that the fetus is a baby, then you have to bite the bullet on the 10-year-old rape exemption because it's still a baby, right?
Yeah, for them, they'd have to force the baby to come out of the 8-year-old.
Yep. Hakapolita for €5. What does safe, legal, and rare mean in practice? If rare isn't rare anymore, what then? Is no abortion ban better than none? Yeah. See, that's the $1 million question, right? So, if one part of the population is repeatedly violating the rare part, and banning abortion makes it rare, because it will, there'll be women who don't get abortions. There'll be women who travel to get abortions. So abortion becomes a lot rarer, definitionally. Then, in order to enforce rare, if they're not voluntarily doing it, you have to ban it. Like that's a logical consequence, is that if safe, legal, and rare is the compromise, and they take away rare, you have to take away legal. Like this is a natural end result of just how things have progressed. There's no other way it could have been. I don't like it, but here we are,
I disagree with that, though. I feel like people ultimately have the right to decide what to do with their bodies.
Depends. It really depends. I mean, you don't have the right to
like
use...
Ideally, it should be rare. I don't think it's a good thing.
Yes.
And you don't think it's a good thing. But it's, at the same time, there's also a question of the mother's bodily autonomy, and also I'm just not comfortable with
there's
banning it outright, just because
well, here,
I think it's a cultural problem that needs to be addressed.
I agree.
Where there's
how about this?
like a section of people who are just like they don't care about what their actions and what they're saying and their effects have on others.
So
they destroy
I want to give you a
abortion
hypothetical
debate on a stage.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I completely agree. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say there's only two possible futures. One where abortion is banned, and therefore it's very hard to get one. Or two, one where abortion is permitted and normalized and celebrated, and no one thinks it's a bad thing. And there's like 100 times more abortions than there is now. Which future? If I had to choose, I would probably choose the one where it's banned.
Well, those are two very extreme examples.
Yes. Which extreme do you prefer?
Well, I'm not going to entertain it because I don't think that's going to be a reality.
Well, I mean, we're having a hypothetical discussion here. It's okay.
I still feel like bodily autonomy. I'm not comfortable with the government making forced births. I'm just not.
Okay, fair enough.
With that.
Fair enough. I believe.
As fucked up as the other fake reality would be, I feel like government coming in and regulating people's bodies is worse.
Yeah. So for me, I think that would be too far, in my opinion. So I would actually choose the ban. I wouldn't like it, but it would be like, well, I would choose that one out of those two. Yeah. Gornoy's Bulldozer, $5. I'm not sure about this. It just feels like we're punishing these people for things that aren't their fault. But I'm open to opposing views. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I think I can understand. Yeah, and I do generally agree. I think there's more if I just refresh it. Okay. Spartan Killer 456. Nazi ponies. Heart of Iron 4 strikes again. Thanks, dude. Joy to the World, $5. Have you heard about Jesse Lee Peterson being caught sleeping with men? Another anti-LGBT conservative caught. Yeah, I've heard about that.
I have not heard about that, but that's hilarious. Jesse, I mean, look him up because he sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's the beta.
Yes.
He's that guy, yeah.
The beta guy.
Yeah. Listen, I gotta say, those anti-LGBT conservatives who are also gay, they got it made, man. Like, the sex must be the sex must be so good because it's so forbidden. Like,
Oh man, like it's like the most oof.
yeah, it's gotta be amazing. Yeah.
They must feel such shame and guilt, which enhances it all the more.
Punch out.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Every freaking time.
it's
Like
amazing.
thinking
Amazing.
but it makes sense though, Dev. Why else would people focus so much about gays and gay sex unless you have a reason to think about it constantly?
I mean, if they think that they're corrupting the youth, that would be a reason to. But I understand your point. Yeah.
But you know, you know what I mean. There's like people spending all day
Oh
thinking
yeah,
about
happens
men and
all the time.
fucking each other.
Yeah. Or you know what? There's actually like an inverse that I've seen of that, where like people like people who are pro-choice kept saying that like pro-lifers wanted to turn the world into The Handmaid's Tale, and your actual average Christian is like, no, we just don't want there to be abortion. And it's like, yes, you do. You want all of your sister wives to hold me down while you thrust your giant cock into me and then spew all of your fertile semen. And it's like, Jesus Christ, no, that is not what most Christians want. So there's like a lot of like weird sexual projection everywhere right now, it seems.
I am but an innocent elf, and you're a giant orc. Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Punch Out 24, $5. I love you, Dev, but you're wrong, brother man. Life begins at conception. It's just easier to excuse killing it before its brain develops. I mean, like the thing that is conceived, I mean, it's alive. Like the zygote is alive, yes. But is it a life that we attach moral weight to? And the answer is no. It's just no, right? Like it's not considered an accidental death if a woman has a miscarriage, 3 weeks into a pregnancy. In fact, most of the time, the woman won't even know because it's actually reasonably common. So
Yeah, it gets flushed out, and
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. So that's no. I think most people kind of intuitively do not feel like a very early conceived zygote is actually a life in the way that we're talking here. Tech Priest Alex, $10. Thank you. The problem isn't if Ohio would let the abortion happen or not. It's that the abortionist in Ohio must report the abortion. The monsters were covering up the crime. So that's also another part of the conversation, is that if the mother was truly hiding something, and she seems to be, she would actually have an ulterior motive to go to another state. Because she wants to hide the fact that she's pimping out her 10-year-old daughter to
That's
her.
true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. About the doctor not reporting. Sorry.
What do you mean?
Doctor in Ohio. Sorry. Okay. So I'm not so sure if I haven't found sources like the doctor in Ohio
Has to report?
reported. But I did find the doctor who performed the abortion. The Indiana doctor. They reported for certain. But if the doctor in Ohio didn't actually report it, then that's fucked up. They should have reported it.
No, what's happening? And I do think that doctors in Ohio do have to report it. So, I think that is a thing that's actually true. I'm just Googling it really quickly right now. So yeah, if they were trying to cover up a case where, say, a mother was pimping her 10-year-old to her boyfriend, if that was actually the case, and they wanted to cover up that crime, and they knew that in Ohio the doctor would have to report that to the state government that the abortion took place, then they're incentivized to go to another state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that is also part of the story, yes. Okay. Burst of personality for $2. Go extreme and have one abortion that's permanent. What do you mean? Are you saying that like abortion has to come with sterilization? Is that what you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. But thank you for the super chat though. Is that it for supers? That's it for supers. All right. There we go. Okay, chat. So that was a fun time. I enjoyed this conversation. And yes, I still think that these are instances where the right has got it wrong. Okay?
How dare you, Dev? How could you punch right?
I think that
how could you?
These two specific instances, for example, where even though I think that the left is more wrong than the right now, these are instances where the right got it wrong and it actually has some negative impact. I think Ohio's abortion law is not clear enough. And I think that the oh fuck, what was the first one? I already forgot it, goddammit. Oh, it was the don't say gay shit. Yeah. I think, casual mention of sexuality is fine. Sexual orientation in a non-sexual way. So, a gay teacher saying I have a husband or something like that, right? In a casual way, that's fine. They shouldn't be prevented from doing that. These are two areas in which I think the right has overstepped their bounds and where the right has gotten it wrong. Okay? And so, yes, I will continue to critique the right. I will continue to critique the right as long as I believe they are incorrect on things. And these are two areas in which I believe they're incorrect. Now, I generally believe that the left is more incorrect. But for here, this time, it's the right. Sorry, guys. You'll have to live with it. I'm sure you'll be okay, though. Tech Pre sent $1 to send a poop emoji. Thanks, buddy. Gornoy's Bulldozer says that he was referring to the fetus in his super chat. Okay, his super chat was, I'm not sure about this. It just feels like we're punishing these people for things that aren't their fault. The fetus in that case. Okay, so it feels like we're punishing fetuses for things that aren't their fault, but I'm open to an opposing view. Okay. That's why I kind of hang my hat on the continued consciousness point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Because mainly because that if it's pre the development of that consciousness, then you're not punishing anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It won't let me super chat it, but here in the States, we did unfortunately sterilize Indians who got abortions. Yeah, same thing here in Canada. That was kind of unacceptable. I saw it, Spartan Claire. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a lot of awful shit done to the natives.
Yeah. Dev is pro grooming? Yes. Yes, I am. Turn all the girls into cock-crazed sex addicts. Turn all the guys into femboys. There you go.
Nice.
How's that for grooming?
Adult legal ones. I'm sure, right? Destiny?
God. Okay, guys, we're gonna.
I can't. For those of you who are out of the loop, he made some edgy jokes.
Yes.
And yeah.
Hold on. Dev thinks it's overreach to tell queer teachers they can't groom 5-year-olds till they're 8. No, Lars, you fucking dim bulb. What I'm saying is, it's overreach that if, for example, you are a gay teacher and, for example, you have a photo on your desk of your partner from your wedding, and, for example, a student who is, say, younger than grade 3 comes up and asks why you have this photo, you say, oh, well, that's my partner. That's my husband. That's my wife. That's my whatever. And you don't make the conversation sexual, and you make it appropriate. And you just say, this is my partner. And that conversation should not be banned. And yet, that is starting to happen in Florida, and I don't agree with it. There you go.
Yeah,
you fucker! This is your brain on 10-year-old wide hips.
Jeez.
Is that going to be the new meme?
Please don't. The world still hasn't recovered from Pump.
Pumph. This isn't Super Smash Bros. This is anal sex. Oh, God. Hold on. Why can't they wait until 8 years old? Okay, so what do you mean, Lars? So let's say that they're 7, and the student asks the question: are you married, Mr. Gay Teacher? What should he say? Like, you know what I mean? What teacher has pictures of...
I just don't see the problem in like, if you don't have a problem if the straight teacher were to talk about like their spouse.
Yeah.
And you have a problem with the gay teacher doing the same thing, maybe examine your homophobia a little bit. I don't know, because there's not really a difference.
Lilith's doing the check your privilege. Examine yourself.
I'm not gonna examine it. It's because like there's not really a difference between between that, like, as you said, like straight teachers.
Okay, hold on.
Have pictures of their spouse all the time, and
Right.
and when I was 4th grade, when the brief time I lived in America, my teacher talked about her being replaced by a substitute teacher for a few weeks because she is she's pregnant and she's having like
Right.
like maternity leave.
Right. Hold on a second,
She's
hold on
got
a
to take
second.
a leave to have the kid. Was that grooming?
Lars says that the law specifically says they can answer if asked. It says it can't be in the curriculum. Okay, fair enough. But as we read in the earlier articles, there's some problems right now because the Florida Department of Education is not giving any guidance on how to implement the law. And that's causing a lot of confusion at the moment. And a lot of people where there's probably certain amounts of overreach by local officials because they don't know what they're fucking doing because no one's telling them what's going on. Like, no, there's too much problem with this current situation. There's too many problems. Too many problems with this current situation, okay?
It seems like both of these cases, with this and the Ohio law, it's a case of the right not being clear.
Yes. So this is actually something I've noticed. When the right fucks up in this manner, it's generally because they're too vague. They're like, they don't define things. They don't really think things through. They're too vague, and then everything kind of falls apart. And they're like, oh shit, we didn't mean that, and like everything falls apart. However, when the left fucks things up, it's because they're being too deliberate. They're being too micromanaging. There's too many layers of bureaucracy.
You're assuming the vagueness isn't like also planned, though.
It could be
Like,
planned. It could be. Yes. But what I'm saying though is that when the left fucks up, it's because they're actually extremely precise to the point that that the bureaucracy itself becomes this oppressive institution where they micromanage everything and nothing exists outside of their purview. So they actually have like these opposing problems where the left leaves the right leaves things kind of vague and foggy, and so they fall apart. Meanwhile, the left like it overmanages everything and creates these structures that are just tyrannical. And so I think that's generally what's happened here. Dev, please show up on the Game Boomer stream. Dave has started talking to that weird bear he placed on the couch. We'll come back to here. I've had a lot of shit happen this week. We're coming back to Game Boomers on Monday, okay? We're coming back to Game Boomers on Monday. Wait. I love when centrists claim moral and intellectual superiority over everyone else. This stinks of elitism. Listen. I am not claiming moral and intellectual superiority because I'm a centrist. I'm claiming it because I'm just me. Okay?
Yeah. It's just your belief. Like, I don't think there's any superiority at all with you.
No, I am superior.
Oh, okay. I guess I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
Okay, listen. Geez, you're really clicking that keyboard. You must be playing a game.
Yeah.
You must be playing a game
No,
now.
I'm just trying to get to climb to a place because I'm just
In a game.
In a game, yeah.
Okay, listen, we're gonna get out of here, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate everyone coming to watch. I enjoyed our disagreements. It's always fun to work these things out.
I
Yeah?
I can't help it.
What do you mean?
I guess in the end, I'm just a gamer.
You're just a gamer. You're just a gamer. Well, we're gonna have to gulag you now. We're gonna drag Lilith off to the gulag.
I'm the most oppressed minority, not because I'm trans, but because I'm a gamer.
Yes, that's how it is. We're gonna go, guys. We'll see you later, okay? Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.